because they are upset by corruption, they are upset by violence or something, okay? Sometimes it just starts by you learn that your government is cheating on you and taking some money outside, okay? I'm not doing politics, but I know it happens in some country. I don't think in your country it happens, in my country. No, believe me. I don't want to start a never-ending discussion. Believe me, just go to Africa, just go somewhere, it's terrible, okay? Of course, for sure, okay? It can happen at some basement. But you know, there is a beautiful joke about this. Maybe here or in other democratic country, you take 10 or 15% back. In other countries, they take 100% of the budget, and the project never happens. Okay? So it's good at least to make it public. Then the citizen can decide to vote or not. We have our voice. We still believe, and this is why also we do open source. Okay? We still believe about sharing, about having a community of people who just want to do something together for the good of the community. Whatever happened outside, we know whatever happened outside. But it's not a reason to stop. So this one I will go fast because I'm little, oops. Open data should make your life better. So some example, for example, it's your data. You are paying your tax for this, okay? So in return of your tax, you need to have access to the data. That's the minimum you can claim to your government or city. Sorry, I will confuse the word government, region, city. It's a different level of government, but it's all the same, okay? Some nice data portal, there is this one. And you will be surprised. There is not that many, okay? Another one. So based on I don't know who is feeding this one. This one is all the data are coming from the people who decide to load. So, and many of them are dead now. When you click on this one, you click on the website and you say 404, no more website. Okay, so because this one they load it for years, and sometime after 3 or 4 years, the website will stop for some politics reason. Welcome back. De rien. This one about French, just because 2 weeks ago, before this presentation, there was a report from OECD, and the French was #1. At least we are #1 in something. So I need to promote what in terms of opening the data to the citizen. Okay. In my country, we have this culture. Believe me. Okay. So we have a lot and lot of website and open data website. Okay. I'm sorry, you just. This one like this? I don't know. Okay. You can access it later. Huh? It's there. We are #1 after Korea, Poland. Okay. Okay. Maybe that means this. In my law in my country, if your city is more than 4,500 people, and you have more than 50 employees in your city, you need to open your data. Only one data set is enough. Only one. You need to open at least one data set. Can be, and we see it, the data set is a map where you can have your dog, bring your dog so that they poo. Really, we see it. Huh? It's a map, or the cemetery, or the school. The law in my country, we go step by step, after 15 years, is you need to publish one data set minimum. If you decide to put 100, it's your own decision. Okay, so maybe this means that 95% of the city in my country who should open their data did it. Okay, but it's not all the city. In my country, we have 36,000 cities, but more than 34 are less than 1,000 people. Okay, I don't know how it's divided in your, but in my city we have like 50 or 100 large city and many with 200 people. Okay. Next one, sorry. So some standard. I talk about the word catalog. Okay, catalog means the metadata and the data. So it's like a catalog of the food you can buy. It's like a menu. Okay, but this menu is very sensitive. You have 3 different kind of catalog standard. This one is more like a data grid. Okay, and this one is a European directive with geospatial metadata. Okay, so that's how it works, and this one is the generic one. So when you publish your metadata, you need, if you follow one of these one standard, it means that another website can automatically connect to your website, get your data catalog, and make some comparison. That's the power of the standard. Okay, you can have a website that does not follow any standard. You just put an Excel spreadsheet or a PDF, it's enough. Okay, but it means you don't want people to reuse your data. Okay. Another word, OData. Okay, OData is not open data. Okay, OData is a protocol to issue a RESTful API. Okay, so standard platform like Microsoft Power BI can connect to OData database. Okay, my platform is using in backend Postgres. So you can use it, you can use it GDBC, whatever, and others, there's no problem. Another one is API. Is your platform providing API or not? API is the old way of MCP, in a way. Because before, if your platform, whatever it's open data or another kind of platform, like an accounting platform, HR platform, if you have API, a program can connect, collect the data, and interact with you using Java or any languages. Now with MCP, you use natural languages, it's more easier. Okay. So that's some of the standard that good open data platform should follow. And the one we meet in tender or those things, they all follow this one. There's no problem. In US, you have something called FAIR. So maybe it's in comparison with the standard metadata and catalog. Okay, in US there is a way, a project, make your data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Remember the 8 principles of open data? In US, that's this. So I just put in the slide some website reference if you want to look further about this. And is your open data platform fair or not? Okay. Reusable, for example, means, or this one means you need to access it with an API, a standard API, take it and reuse it. Okay. And there was something I saw recently in New York City. They have an open data platform for the city, and they want to do one for the community. In my country, sometimes you have collaboration data, meaning, for example, you open a map and people can go on the map and indicate, for example, in this street there is a problem with a traffic light, in this street there is a problem with of security or blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, but problems is that if you have this, you need somebody to monitor the data. Okay, so sometimes they want to separate the community data and the official city data. That's so. Okay. And because we are here in Los Angeles and very happy, for me, very happy to be here, I hope for some of you also, There is a Los Angeles website, Open Data, which is a very nice open data website. Okay, I mean, you can browse it. There is a lot of category of data. There is plenty and plenty of data. And I put also the one of San Francisco. There is something interesting. I think there is less data on it, but sometimes too much data kills the data. Okay, that's it. In France, just by opposition, we have an open data association who work on what should be a data. And they put 9 data sets that are recommended to be published. The 9 are birth of the children, the death, and for example, birth of death, they say mandatory, you can put the name. Okay? And they built a structure of each data set. It's month and month of work. Okay, we call it a taxonomy. I don't know, maybe it's the same. Okay, and we have also in France schema.datagouv.fr, which has a long list to describe everything. For example, to describe a street, to describe a traffic light, with all the metadata on it. Okay, and there is 9 metadata recommended for open data. One is the bid, the tender. One is the subvention, the grant. I learned 2 words today. And others that you can read when you connect on this website. Okay? And something very nice, we will see it. MCP. My government has opened its open data website with an MCP server. Which means if you have Claude, if you have Windsurf, if you have Cursor, or even LibreChat, I will demo you with LibreChat on it, okay? You can connect and talk with the French open data website. This French open data website has something different than other websites. It's just collecting the website from everywhere. All the cities that started an open data website can push back or allow to be collected their data to this central database. The database is not perfect, okay, it happens, but the database exists, it collects a lot of data. And we have also for the cities who don't have open data website, because they have no money for this, they can still connect with their official name and password. If you are a member of a region, you can connect to this website and publish your data set. Even your city has no open data portal, maybe you will find some data about your city in this portal. Okay, so it's just like a central national open data portal with thousands of data sets. So too many information kill information. Huh? So it's very difficult to understand. And now it's good because you just configure the MCP server. Okay, you have your own API key, and you run it. It's very easy. And you, yes. It will allow this, because I know he like when I'm zooming. So sorry, this one is in French, but I will do it also in English. You just write this now. Before, you have to write a SQL sentences. Okay, so you have to know SQL. My mother don't know SQL. Huh? Okay, believe me. Okay, so it means now MCP allow more people to access to some information because they can talk with the machine. Okay, that's something which is very nice with MCP protocol. And our government now support MCP protocol. I will demo you. Okay? So I'm very late, but it's okay. Second part, I will go fast. It's a lot of very nice slide. Okay? Some example of open data platform different level, region, city, some agglomeration of city when they group together. Okay, so this one, for example, is one for La Rochelle. La Rochelle is very well known. It's on the west coast. Okay, and you have when you reach the data set, they put in front. You can download your catalog. Okay, you can search. You have even a map search integration, and you see the website is very nice. There should be the reference. I forgot. I will add the link to the website. I think it's after. Okay. So different interfaces for a website. You have the metadata. Okay. So it's all data about the data set, and very standard about this. For example, if it's map data, geodata, you need to indicate longitude, latitude, altitude. If it's data about a lake, the surface of the lake, blah, 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 many things, okay? Then you have a data grid, if it's available, okay? So these people will understand. You can have also the map visualization. You can have some graph. And all this is inside the platform. You don't need additional tools like Power BI. If you have, you can access, no problem, it's open. But inside the platform, you have all these things, okay? This one is another kind of data visualization. This one is the export format. For example, if you go on this one, maybe it's nice because you have the flat file format, geographical format. So in this, you have GeoJSON, shapefile, KML, flatbuf, geopackage. So if you have a QGIS, you just download the geopackage and all the data is available for you in an instant. I mean, in 2 minutes. So it's very easy. And the last one is API, sorry. This one is API interfaces. So it will generate you an API HTTP request that you can use in your own programs, okay, to do data extraction every day, for example. I will give you a real example of this, which is nice. So some visualization. With here you can you have 2 or 3 different data sets on this one. Okay, and if you go to this website, you can build your own maps yourself. It's free. I did it myself, and I can extract the data. Here I put some different data sets. One is blue, the other one in red. Okay, because I want maybe to compare some information, and I can decide to do a shortplate, color graduation, many things on it. It's very easy. You have KPI also. So you have a KPI studio, and you can see the KPI information. So when you connect to the website, you can directly see the KPI for your city or something, the things that are pushed in front of you. This one is dashboard. Okay, I will just show you this one because it's lots of slides, but I want to show you one example on this one. I think this is this one. You see it? No, you don't see it. Sorry. How to stop? Like this, it stop. Okay, that's a website. Okay, so on this one is just some data. You can put this one like this. You can change your data, like I don't want a grid, but I want, for this one, I want like this, you know. You can do whatever you want. You can have the PowerPoint mode, so you can see the one after the other one. Okay, it's very easy. You can have also something which is nice. On this one, you can have an instant snapshot, because at the end, people don't want a dashboard. We want the print screen of the filter and get the information back on their computer. Okay, that's a big difference between report and dashboard. Everybody wants dashboard, but everybody is saving report. Okay, and something which is nice also, we have this. If you don't understand, for example, this data, you just collect this. There is an AI analysis which will build real-time a statistical description of your data. Okay, so I'm French. I'm connecting with a French interfaces, so he will report in French, sorry. If I was connected with an English profile, he will write this in English. So it gives you a graphic analysis, data summary inside, directly on this one. And on this one, I have also some information. The data set used, if I want to go back to the information, so it gives you confidence, okay? Because every time you can go back to your information. And to make a dashboard like this, make it publish, this one need 10 minutes to do this, just for somebody non-technical, okay? Very easy to do this. This URL, it's public. For example, if you want to type this one, you access it now. Sorry? The name of this one is just a website example. Okay, it's if you want this one or another one, I can share with you. It's no problem. This one is an example of a dashboard. I will show you after another example for other city open source, open data platform. Oops, I come back on this one. I'm sorry. Oops. So this one, so that's how you can use with dashboard. You have also a map studio. So you don't have to take another tools to build your maps, okay? So I give you a map studio with some information. We have an harvestis module. Harvest module is very nice to connect to another open data that follows the same standard, data catalog and so, and collect some of those data. Because sometimes you want to compare your data with another city. Okay, so there is an harvest module, there is a scan modules. Sometimes when we start a new project, we arrive in a city and they have a lots of QGIS project file. Okay, they have a lots of Excel datasheet. So we have a scan module with AI that will read all the Excel spreadsheet and extract the data and publish it at dataset. That's something very useful. We have also data chat modules. So this modules is there. This one I can demo it also. It's much better. If I go there, okay, here, for example, I'm connected to a website. I can say to this one, okay, so I don't know if you will saw it, but I will write, create a map on something, okay? Just do this, and to create a map on dataset, this one, okay. So it's just thinking, and I have it in a smartphone, so if I'm talking to my smartphone, it's much better because I don't have to write. So he's just finding it and he will, okay, now build a map. It's finished, okay? If I want, for example, another information like a graph, it's a 5G antenna, okay? So I want a graph of 5G antenna by provider and by status. Some antennas are broken or something. Create a graph of number of antenna by status and by provider. Oops, sorry. And what is nice is that if I misspell some word, the LLM will correct, okay, and still create the graph. Here I've got some suggestion. It's like ChatGPT or others. It's just reading the data set and telling you with this data set you can do this, this, or this. Okay. So now he's telling me that the column is not called status with a S, but status with a T. So he's correcting me. Okay. Bad luck for me. And I think in English it's with a S. He said, I made a mistake. So I'm just talking to the machine and he's trying to find the good information. And he said, I apologize for the other side. Let me correct the code. Just behind is There is a percent test miss. Sorry, it's a demo, huh? So bad luck. I apologize. Okay, repeated error. Bad luck, really. So I hope he will succeed to do something. Okay, he's not happy with me today. Yes, finally. Just for my heart. Thank you. So that's it, okay? And this one, I can save it if I want, share it, do whatever I want, okay? Create a dashboard on it. It's just so easy. If I want a 3D graph with interactivity, I can have it. It's a Python library. It's Plotly behind, or another library. It's very easy to do, okay? So that's how you can, at least as long as you have access to the data, you can do it, okay? So that's something, and that's, for example, my visualization library, which is here. I can view all my library of data here. And now it's just after it's an internet connection. Okay, so it's all my visualization. It's like my, in ChatGPT, all the image I created, and I can create dashboard on it, and it's very easy. Okay? Oops, that's my last session. So I can come back and reopen a session, share the session with somebody. As long as you have access to the data, you can do it. It can be on open data, but it can be also on SQL data. So even only these modules, you can deploy it on your SQL data, open data website or not. At least we don't care at one time. We just want to make the data available to anybody with a limited cost license, okay? We are not fighting against Microsoft BI. It's a nice product, but sometimes you pay too much for something you don't use only 20%, okay? So just be realistic, and sometimes it's better to use an open source dashboard system. Oops, I come back on this one. So this one is these modules. QGIS integration, we have this also because we saw a lot of QGIS projects. I don't know in US, but in France we have a lot of QGIS projects, okay? And so people, for example, when we have this QGIS project, automatically we transform the QGIS project into maps. It's done in one instant, I mean 10 seconds, believe me. You take your QGIS project, you use extension, you publish on a website. Some website example, so if you reach after, you can go this one. This one is nice because it has a lot of KPIs. It has a lot of themes of study of data, okay, with visualization and other. I will go fast, I'm sorry. This one is a metropolitan, so they have a few data set, only 200. It's only 200, okay? But they have more than 30 cities. And they publish, for example, this one is all the trees. They just record all the trees because it's a green city. And where you have the trees. This one is an election result maps. This one is also one of the 9 datasets recommended. You need to publish your election results in a dataset available. This one is another one. It's a region. So regions, it's the equivalent of state for you. Okay. This one is one of our oldest one. It has now 8 or 9 years. It's a French antenna. So every Thursday at 7 p.m., we publish the update of the dataset. Believe me, during the night, our 4 major providers of telco, I don't know in US the name, but in France we have 4, okay? They just take out the data because they want to compare with the other. Where the other competitor deploys their antenna, okay? Is this a 4G antenna, 5G antenna? Now it's all 5G, but in 5G you have different kind of 5G antenna. So they can, because it's open, it's a law, they need to declare what they install, and so your competitor can have access to this. Okay? Another one, it's a Caribbean one. It's data about land development. So there's lots of maps in this one. This one is data chat. I saw it before, and in data chat you can have this kind of very nice visualization. Sorry, I mean the third part, MCP interfaces. Okay, so MCP interfaces I will show you not in data chat but in other one. I will show you an easy way to integrate data into any kind of external application. For example, we have EasyRag. It's one of our development. It's a chatbot or virtual assistant. Okay, so if I go in this one, I will better show you the result. It's much better than a slide. Okay, if I go there in EasyRag, I just declare in my MCP server, or maybe some of you know what is a webhook tools. I just promise at the end of this presentation, it's my 10 last minutes, but it will be a little more technical. So we have MCP server. I just declare my MCP server, either the one DataGouv, which is there. Okay, I can test it. It showed me it's okay. Or my data for citizen one. Is this a SQL database or a standard database? I just go there. Okay, and I can test it also somewhere here. And it will tell me it's okay. Now that I have it, I will do it with you. I can create a chatbot, create a new chatbot. I will call it SCaLE, SCaLE 23. Okay, that's it. My system prompt is sorry. So I am data, an open data manager, And because I'm not good on this, I will just create this. Sorry, I just take this, and I have a prompt assistant like this, and it will recreate the system prompt. Okay, that's much better. Now that I have this, I will just choose my MCP server. Like I will take this one. I will choose create data set. It solves the data, so I will take everything because I'm lost. Get data set should be okay. It solves the API that are embedded into the MCP protocol for those who knows. Okay, and now it's done. Okay, it's there. It's SCaLE 23. I will do something because you like to have open URL. So I will call it this one / SCaLE 23. I will not put the X, sorry. Okay. Now it's done. I can either view the embedded code and put it in a website to have a chatbot, okay? Or I can directly open. Oops. That's it. And here I will type something in English or in French, okay? Sorry, I need to take. Okay, perfect. This one, so it's there. What are my data set? Because I don't know, I connect to a website, so I just need to ask a question, and it will tell you have data set about this, and after, if you are happy with the result of the data set, you can simply, here now, it's just telling some information, so I need to enter in a dialogue with him because maybe my question is too large, so he asks me additional information, and I need to communicate with him like a one-to-one discussion between two people, okay, to make precise question to get good answer, okay? So that's it, and when you have this one, you can build automatically a graph or grids. I will take another one which is much easier, I think this one. And I will take, I will put my data set of so I just ask him in this one to list all the data set of one Thames. He give me all the data set, because this one I know it better. Huh? You can view the data set if you want. So directly access to the data set, view the maps on the data. It works like a charm. Okay, just need some second to display the data. Okay, and you can come back on this one and set, for example, for this one. Okay, for this one, create a graph. And it works. Just need some thinking. And again, we have it like a smartphone application on Android. It's a Flutter app, so it works on smartphone, Android, and iPhone. And okay, he asked me some more information, precise information, because he said it's too large, so I need to do it. But at the end, you can get something like this one. Okay. Another integration with Slack. Okay, if you have Slack or Teams, you just build a channel and immediately you can ask information and you get it. I'm not talking about security access on the data. We have it, but we're talking about the open part. I'm somebody like a citizen. I've got a LibreChat, maybe you know LibreChat, or Slack or something. I have the channel available. I can connect to the data. I get the information. Okay, I will do it with LibreChat also, because it's a nice implementation. So for LibreChat is there. Okay, I will do this like this. I need to choose my model. This one is a good one, I think. And for this one, I will connect here. It's just MCP here. I will connect to DataGov. So the French one, and not Data for Citizen, not mine. I will connect to this one. So he's trying to connect to DataGov. He said me it's okay. Now on this one, DataGov is okay. And I will say, for example, I'm living in Lyon. So I will say, give me the data set from the city of Lyon. And everybody has this kind of chatbot or virtual assistant now. It's deploying very fast in enterprise, so everybody can use it just to get some information and some data. So now he's thinking, and he connects to the MCP server of my French national website, and will return some data set, you saw. I'm sorry, I could not find. Could you please? I don't know. You should find. Okay. You did not find it, so maybe I will write in French because it's a beta implementation. That's it. If it was this, it's really. Yes, it does not understand English, my God. And it's recorded. Huh? I'm sorry for the Frenchman. So here it just understand French. I don't know why. Okay, it should understand any kind of languages. And here it gives you all the data set for the city of Lyon recorded on a French national website. And you can go to one. It's a catalog of all the data, or this one, the grant. The grant. You click on this one, and you get access to all the grants of the city of Lyon. Just a question of internet speed. Huh? I'm sorry. I access a website, and here, okay, and that's a PDF, okay. So I can access the data. I can get the PDF and then work on the data by myself, okay. You have also in this you have reusage, usage and API. It gives you who has takes the data. When you can take the data, you can build a graph or a map and declare it on this website for this data set. So it means as a citizen, you have done the job, you have taken the PDF, you have built a visualization, and now you put it here so that everybody will see it. Okay? So that's how we do it. It's not perfect. Okay? Like here, it does not understand English, but you get a list of all data, you can collaborate with it, you don't need to learn and know SQL anymore, you can get access to the data. It's MCP. If you are a developer, you can do some vibe coding, and with the MCP server, it will build you an interface very easily. Okay? It's really, really easy to do. I think I'm done because I'm just on time, but you give me 5 minutes more. Okay, that's it. So that's one. For example, this one is very nice because I asked him to create a map. So he created a map. There is longitude and latitude, but there is not open source, OpenStreetMap behind. Okay, but that's really a map. If you go there, it's a sea. Okay, but at least it does not understand. It just creates this and it works. I was so amazed. Okay, same in windsurf. Me, I'm using windsurf. Okay, I go in my windsurf. I just connect to the data. Okay, I declare the MCP in it. I just open it, and I can in windsurf ask a question and get the answer. Okay, so all this again, just to finish, it's open data. It's based on standard, OData standard, catalog standard. Subject is to create KPI or standard data sets so you can compare between region, between city, and take some decision. For example, if you are looking for a new job or for a relocation in another city, data should be available. Let's be real, it's not always available, okay? But we have to start. It's only 10 to 15 years. We are all getting older. We are all getting now with the way and the facilities to get information on this, and we want it. So maybe it's not for today, maybe it's for 2 years, in 5 years, maybe in 10 years, we don't know, but it will happen, okay? In my country, we had lots of Green Party who win some big cities. Last election, next they will lose because they don't know how to manage a city. It's another subject. But when they win the election 5 or 6 years ago, they really push the open data movement. Really, really, really push it. Because it's part of their roots and what they want to do to embed the citizen into the city management. When people from the far right party and far left party, whatever they are talking, they don't want people to have access to the data. Okay. That's it. I'm just on time. Wow. Do you have some question about this? Does it bring you some information? Yes, question?
You've set up some of these. So if, let's say, a town around here would want to set one up, how much work, like how many man weeks does it take to make one of them, to set this up? Not the cost of the software, just the work of setting it up.
It can last 1 week, it can last 1 month. It depends if you have the data or not. I'm not talking about data quality. When you publish your data, just to set up, it's 1 day. 1 day, it's a Docker image, okay? You download the image, you just put 2 or 3 parameters, your API key to OpenAI, or in France we have Mistral. I don't know if you know, okay, but we need to be compliant with Mistral, otherwise we don't work, okay? But we are compliant also with OpenAI. You just download the image, you put a Docker compose, it's done. Yes? No. No, they always, in my city, they go through tender. So they lose 6 months to write the tender, issue the tender, okay? Yes. Depends if we do it or they do it. 1 week, okay? Yes, yes, it's recording. I mean, if we are... okay.
When you set it up for a city, you spent some amount of time setting it up. So did you say that it took you about a week? Okay, that was the question, yeah.
I will tell you why. If they have the data available and they know what they want to publish, the only thing we have to do is to create the catalog, scan the data, and where we spend the most of the time is what are your themes, what are your keywords, what is your web chart, which logo you want, which layout you want. If you came back on some presentation, sometimes we have to spend, I will not say waste, but we have to spend time with people just to accommodate with the logos, the color. All this can be done in 2 or 3 days, but loading the data itself, it's 1 day. Okay, really, it's 1 day. If you have the data, you load it, it's done, and then after you can practice, learn with it. All is open, so for sure, I did it like my president. You need to log some data set because you don't want those data sets to be published for sensitive data or something. But it's not a 1 month or 2 month project. Okay. Then after we go in cities and we train the people if they want to do it themselves. Okay. Because it's a tender, you have some rules to follow. Okay. If we go to the private company, it's more easy. Okay, because you discuss direct with the people, and some company they use it just to share internal data between departments, just not to send data using Excel spreadsheet or blah blah blah. They said if one department is in need of one data set, maybe this need will become regular. So let's put it in a process. It's no cost, okay? It's just an extraction, for example, from a SQL database, transform it into a data set, refresh it every month. It's done. It's just that you need to know where to click in the interfaces. I mean, that's it. Other question? Thank you very much. Thank you a lot. Thank you very much. I hope you understand my French English, okay, with some real-time translation on some word. Don't hesitate. There is my name somewhere. Send me a mail. Some people can tell you I answer to the mail, okay? I'm here. I can share with you about all those things. Even some that you know, for example, the EasyRag, which is a chatbot but connected to data. Usually chatbots are only connected to documents, so our is connected to data, which allow you to deploy a chatbot about data, which can be good in some enterprise when you want to have access direct to a data on something and don't want to take a call to somebody. Okay, and I'm here. I stay in this room until noon. Okay, because they invite me to stay, so I'm happy. Thank you very much again. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying also until the end, and maybe see you later. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. There's a lot of people. It's very nice.
test. Oh. Hi. Hey, everyone. All right, I guess we're just going to go ahead and get started. It's about 12:30. Thanks for coming, everyone. Welcome. All right, today we are going to be talking about the transparency stack, which is LA County's open source model to public-facing analytics and building public trust. So my name is George Miranda. I'm a senior data scientist with the County of LA, working within the CEO's office, and within that, the Chief Information Office, and within that, the Chief Data Office. So kind of like nesting dolls in there. I've been working in the public sector within the data science and analytics space for about 15 years now, or a little over that. I'm going to go ahead and introduce my partner in crime here to Faye.
Hi, my name is Fei Wu. I come from the same office like George. We actually have an even smaller unit called Analytics Center of Excellence. I'm the lead research scientist there. I've been working in government closer to 10 years. I came from an academic background.
All right, thank you. Okay, so just at a high level, this is what we're going to be discussing today. We really just want to provide context for what we do. So what we do, why we do it, and why transparency is so important to us. You know, I think it's very easy to understand, like, you know, the government does a lot of things, and as the public, we want to be able to know what it's doing and how it's doing it, especially when it comes to data. So we'll talk about why it's important to us as an organization, and how open source technology enhances that transparency, enhances public trust. And also we'll walk through in more detail, what does that actually look like at the county. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this over back to Faye to talk more about what we do.
So, how many of us here are LA County residents? Yay, then do I need to introduce that we are the largest county in the country, one of the largest, and our local government serves more than 10 million residents, and LA County has more than 37, 39 departments within our county, including more than 100,000 employees. We are a small team, but we have mighty responsibilities. We have the privilege to, integrate and use data from multiple departmental sources within LA County to serve, high-level program evaluation and policy decision. Just as a background, we have data from, public hospital systems within the county, and mental health and public health service networks, social services, child welfare services, justice systems like sheriff's department and superior courts, and probation, and all those data, we can integrate them in at a individual level to see individuals' service utilization trajectory within our county. We also have some happier data like park and recs and arts and culture department data. All these can be found on our open data portal. So our function, we are a multifunctional team, very small, but we support our data engineering team for platform building. But our main focus is on making data meaningful to inform policy, high priority board motions. And I'm gonna give a few example projects which cover a significant chunk of our current efforts. So the first one you're seeing is our Justice Data Hub. I'd like to demonstrate our data structure and analytics workflow with this chart. So we use a medallion data structure within Databricks. We transform raw data from sheriffs and superior court in the bronze layer into silver layer through cleansing and standardization processes, making it analytical friendly. In the gold layer, we build out project or research question specific tables that allow us to do like analysis with rearrest or failure to appear in court. That's pretty much a longitudinal pattern of individuals' trajectory within the criminal justice system within LA County. So I listed on the left-hand side 3 major programs or functions we support with the Justice Data Hub. Reduce jail population, that's number 1. And number 2, map out path from incarceration to community-based treatment. And also number 3, that's the focus of today, which George will do a deep dive, the standardization of data definitions and interpretations. A lot of the people, when we talk about criminal justice data, people will say, yeah, the California Penal Code is the single source of truth. But when in practice, there's multiple individuals, personas with different interpretations and categorizations. It's a very complicated process, which George will show you that our attempt to standardize this process of charges. Before I pass it on to him, I'll also touch on some other areas that we, is our current focus in the county. In our data team, we also support county programs serving various homeless populations. For example, the Military and Veteran Affairs Office and transitional age youth. Not sure you're familiar with that term. That's youth aging out of the child welfare system. We're supporting projects to strengthen housing services for these youth. And also the poverty alleviation initiative as a whole to identify needs and service gaps to make sure we're utilizing our limited resources in an efficient and equitable way. We also serve as an engine to enable data modernization at our department with our partner departments and a research collaboration hub for these departments too. We help them upgrade from their legacy systems by showcasing our platform so they can envision how much they can achieve with more advanced technology. We also connect departments with external evaluators like universities and think tanks and serve as the department statistical or methodological reviewers to ensure quality evaluations and translate difficult tech terms. So basically, this role is kind of interesting. I don't know how many of you have ever tried to talk to departments, like people who are not that tech savvy and people who focus on very specific research questions and technologies and methodologies. Closing this gap is part of our, it's a big part of our daily job. And lastly but not least, we also help departments and initiatives tell their stories on our open data portal using multiple tools to synthesize their data stories at one website or at our open data portal. They have a little section so they can go there and one click, all their data stories are there. Is it still mine? Yes. Sorry. Transparency is one of our core values in providing all these services in the county's new technological ecosystem. We tell departments how we keep data securely and reiterate our role and data sharing rules within our county and with external partners. For example, recently we just updated our DUA that's governing all these services with, we're gonna communicate that with departments. And we also showcase what innovative technology can do for them and created departmental workspaces in our environment for them to try out. That's what George is going to show you. The part of standardizing charges. We also solicit for feedback with department partners to improve our work, to inform us on how to best ingest their data and use them. We inform them about limitations of our data and our studies and methods, and so our results are defensible in terms of accuracy and ethics. For example, the re-arrest analysis that we've been working on, it's again one of those terms that seems seemingly simple, like recidivism, but in practice, that has so many different interpretations. It can be a rearrest, it can be a rebooking, which is a processed arrest. It can be a prosecuted booking, which shows up on the court case records. It can be a convicted crime. So it really depends on how you define these terms and based on the research question. So with that, I'm gonna toss it back to George to talk about his amazing work with charges categorization.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what Faye is kind of getting to or touching on is, these different silos, and we've got different interpretations because we have different reasons that we use the data, different purposes. And so we are being a central department, the CEO's office, we are trying to be that glue. We want to be able to have everyone be on the same page, even though we might have a slightly different definition of something, we want to still be able to build like a common language. So I'll just talk a little bit about how the open source, both technology and ethos, really enhances the transparency that we're going for. So we invite stakeholders to review the methodology that we use by sharing our code. So I have this image here because I really feel like it's unraveling the sacred scroll for everyone to see. It's not like a secret, it's not a black box. How do we determine rearrests? How do we determine what's a serious conviction or violent? These are not just simple words. I think to the everyday person, like the public, they have an idea of what violent means, but and that's maybe great for a public-facing dashboard, but for specific use cases, violent really has like a very specific meaning, a very legal meaning. So we want to be able to communicate that nuance by kind of sharing the process and the method that we go through. So our justice partners, we work with a lot of different folks from Superior Court, from the sheriff, and then not just those agencies, but we also work with community-based organizations, people that are advocates for communities that are impacted by the justice system. So they want to see how we do things too. So we're able to share with them, our processes for enriching the data and our analytics and our reporting. So we get a lot of guidance from them along the way, and they really do help us interpret what we're seeing. So essentially, it's kind of like we do all of our work, and we do it out in the open because we want to be able to show the math. We want to be able to, but our partnership with justice departments and community organizations is really noteworthy. And so I'm going to talk about a specific use case in charge categorization. And I'll walk you through the different layers of our transparency stack. So essentially, starting with the open data portal, that's the most visible and publicly visible component of it. That's where we share the statistics, we'll share dashboards, the different methods that we use to get to those numbers. We also share source code through GitHub. And even with Databricks is the most private and most secure, but there are tools within Databricks that allow us to share data with researchers. So, through each one of these tools, we're able to promote transparency. So this is what our open data portal looks like. It is getting a makeover, so it might change in the next week or two. But essentially, we'll have all these parts to it. Our team maintains this to serve as our primary communication tool with the public. So you can actually scan that QR code, and it should take you there. So you can see here there's a couple of dashboards on there. There's some things that, there's a glossary, so you can see what some of our definitions are. Right. So there's an analysis of charge levels across demographics, which I'll show in the next slide. So we really get into showing the research, showing the methodology that was taken to understand charges and pretrial reform that was happening and how it relates to homelessness status and demographics. So in this one, this is where sharing the methodology for analyzing complex metrics really comes into play. So like it was mentioned before, a rearrest sounds very simple enough to understand and to analyze, but you ask different stakeholders and they will give you their own opinion on what a rearrest means. So this is a report that's in response to a board motion, the Board of Supervisors, and we're laying out exactly what we did and how we did it. All right, I'm going to highlight right now the charge code cleanup process. So this is here so that we can share, at a high level, the methodology for cleaning up those charge codes. And I'll get into some more specific examples. Sorry, let me get right here. Here we go. Okay. We collect data from a lot of places, but I'm showing you just 3 of them right now. The LA Sheriff's Department has booking information. The LA Superior Court has court case information. The LA County Probation Department has their probationer case information. So each one of these has information about the charge related to their population. So it could be robbery, burglary, you name it. They're all recorded slightly differently, which makes analysis a little more challenging. Makes it very time consuming, especially with the amount of data we have. We have millions of records. We want to be able to label these charges with more meaning aside from a 211 PC or a 459. We want to be able to tell you exactly what that means in layman's terms so that we can do analysis. So just a couple things to notice right off the bat. Hopefully you can see it. I realize you probably can't. But but one thing is that all these charges are entered manually in each source system. There's no descriptions in these systems. So you're looking at a 211, that's a 211. I hope you know what a 211 is if you're trying to analyze it. Even if there were descriptions in here, they would probably have a lot of variation because they are manually entered. You might see something like, assault on a police officer. and then you might see assault on an officer, or officer assaulted. You might see so much variation, but it's really pointing to the same charge. So we needed an authoritative source to tell us, what do these mean? And of course, the authoritative source is the law. And it's there on a website, legislative info. You can pull it down. But even then, it doesn't really mirror what goes on in these systems. Give you an example. There's something called a literal ID. So within these systems, a literal ID basically helps identify a very specific sentence within the law, maybe, or a part of a sentence. So 459 PC, that's the numerical part is the statute, the PC is the code. The literal ID might have a few letters on the end, like RES, which means residential. COM, which means commercial. That matters, actually, because when we're trying to figure out what's violent, commercial burglary is not violent compared to a residential burglary. So when we're trying to categorize these things and trying to create meaning, those little identifiers really help, and they're not always there in the data. So we really need to try to find a way to use all the data that is provided to us, but standardize it and standardize it across the systems and link it to some labels. All right. So this is the authoritative source. So I'm putting authoritative in quotation marks, really because, it earned that title by being the cleanest and being compatible with our data sources. So it still has a few flaws, but it's so far the best that we have. So you can kind of see here that there's the statute, the code. These are all in separate fields. The offense level, which is really important, so a misdemeanor or a felony. And then the literal ID. So, examples like AUT would be auto or vehicle. GAR is garage. So 459 probably has the most. That's why I use it as an example. It has the most variation in literal IDs. Okay. So what we did is we looked at this authoritative source. We took it to our partners and said, help us work out some business rules here. We want to be able to use this as, this being the best source that we have. And they all agreed. We had several meetings to kind of see, well, how does this actually play out? Let's actually start using this and refine it over time. So it was an iterative process with our justice community where we were able to clean up the data in a way that still represented the original record. Because we want to be able always to say, this is what actually happened, why the person was booked, this is what they were actually convicted of. We want to try to maintain that kind of fidelity to the original source. And that's where we get to this. So that process of working with our community partners, it was really facilitated by, well, number one, by GitHub. It's a lot of the analysts that work in these different departments and work for, different community organizations. They're, familiar with Python, and so let's write things in Python to clean up all this data. So we made a Python package, and we developed really advanced cleansing and matching rules. And so when all was said and done, we really needed a repeatable way to implement that code, to implement those rules. And so having this package made the most sense. Although originally we had things in a Databricks notebook for people to kind of share and use, it involved a lot of copy and pasting, and copying and pasting is not the way to do it. So we really had to create this package. Right now it lives in our enterprise GitHub account, but it is available to many of our justice partners for them to pull down. They can use it on, their data sets, if they're, no matter how big or small. This is compatible with both Python pandas and Spark. We use it mostly in Spark because we're building pipelines with this. We are using this on millions of rows of data, but it works with millions of rows or just a single row. All right. So here's just kind of an overview of what that package looks like. So these are just some of the main functions in it. So there's a lot of components to it. Again, it took a lot of collaboration to see exactly what we needed to do, but essentially a lot of the functions here extract components of these different statutes. So the numerical portion, even the subsection is important. So the subsection is usually that part in parentheses where it's like 459A that points to a very specific subsection in the law, or a A1, or a D2. So those kinds of things, those are all very important. So we capture all that. This parses through it. And let's see here. What this is yeah, this is an example of one of the extraction functions. So this will go through, we actually had several meetings where we were explaining, you know, this is what we're seeing in the bookings data. The bookings data is the messiest, it's the least tidy. And so we used it because if it could work on the bookings data, it could work on all the other data sets. So we wanted to have these sessions where we actually worked with other analysts and some of the subject matter experts and said, you know, implementing these rules, we get these results. There was a lot of feedback. There was a lot of, you know, well, that's great, but if you do it this way, you might you know, overlook some of the nuance that they were going for. So things like attempted crimes, they're coded slightly, you know, differently with like the letter A in front. In the law, there is no letter A in front of the number. It's just, that's how we do it. So we've tagged the letter A, and that seems simple enough. Okay, we'll just, anytime you see the letter A, that means it's an attempted crime, attempted murder, attempted burglary. But then sometimes that A is not in the same spot, or sometimes there's like a A and then like a funny character after it. So, you know, all of these little things, we wanted to really vet them. We implemented them and got their feedback along the way. This is essentially a wrapper function that really takes all those extractions and puts them into one function so that we can pull it all out in one fell swoop. So this actually puts together it extracts the statute, the code, the subsection, and the literal ID. So how does it actually work? After it's cleansed, there's a matching process that happens. So the standardization was like the first step. Now the actual matching needs to happen. So we're matching to our source, which is that list I was referring to earlier. And we start with the most restrictive set of rules down to the least restrictive. And so the most restrictive is basically match it on every single piece of information we have. So will it match on the statute, the subsection, code, level, and literal ID? So an example of that at the top is like a misdemeanor, 12702A HS WPR. So WPR is that literal ID. If it matches on that, we have a very specific description of what that is, the most specific. If we don't have the literal ID, which is often the case, then we get the next best thing. We get, you know, a slightly less specific but still accurate description. And so we just really work down our way to the bottom here, which is the least restrictive rule, which I think is the most interesting. Essentially, it's a toss-up at this point. So the statute, if that's all they've put in their database, if they just put, let's say, I think I saw one was like 11.8, it was like 111.87 or something like that. And so I showed this to our justice partners, and I was like, I don't know what this is. And they're like, oh, that's the health and safety thing. They knew exactly what it was. They're like, it doesn't exist anywhere in the code. Mind you, if you go to the website, the California legal website, I don't know, there's maybe like 30 different codes, health and safety, penal, vehicle, business, administrative, tons of codes, election codes. So she knew exactly which one that was. And so I looked at, you know, the data we had and realized, okay, we could use this, but it's kind of iffy, right? So that's why I say it's a toss-up. Basically, if the code exists in one other place, then we can safely say it's probably that. But if it's in 2 or more different places in the code, if I find, let's say 187 somewhere else, then I probably don't want to use it because the algorithm won't know. And we want to kind of err on the side of safety. But this does really help when we see typos. If there's like a 187 HS, I mean, most people would be like, well, I know what 187 means. That means murder. But HS means health and safety. It's not found in health and safety. There was a typo there. So that means it's they really meant to put 187 PC, which is a penal code. So it helps in those situations when we see typos. So how is this actually implemented with code? So these are the general steps that we go through. Essentially, we'll load a reference data set. The package does come preloaded with a cleaned up reference data set. We prepare the raw data for matching. And so I think I showed you earlier, the function that's a wrapper function, essentially that prepares the data for that matching. So prepare charges prepares that. And then the charge matcher class actually handles that very complex matching process. So all of this really makes for a very simplified interface that can work for any number of charge codes. So how well does it work? So here's a few numbers here. So before we implemented this, these numbers are based on the booking data. And so before this package, before we had a process to clean these up and label them, if we just did like a very simple join, you would have gotten about 68%. Sorry. We would have got about 68% match rate, which is very poor, I would say. And if you did this manually, we had like 300 lines of code to even just get it to a place that was, I would think, is subpar, right? You wouldn't want to spend like hundreds of lines of code and still get anything less than 80% match rate. So with this package, we're able to provide like consistent results, and essentially like the bookings data now has a 90% match rate. Basically, we're able to say, we can tag almost all of these charges with an actual description and category. And the table on the right breaks down how many were matched for each step in this process. And this is another component of that transparency part. So the output of the package and this code will also tell you how it was found. So it's not just, here's a label for you, this is what we're going to call it. It's telling you how it found it. So it found it based on the statute, code, and the subsection. It gives it a score. So that way, the analysts, that are outside of our team, the analysts that are using this at different departments, that are using this, at any other organization, they can use this and have more confidence in the labels that they're seeing. All right. So where do we go from here? Basically, we want to improve this categorization work. We're continuing to do that by, very soon we'll be leveraging a couple of methods, hopefully leveraging BERT and weak supervision models to classify our statutes and to continue to work with our partners to refine those results. One day it would be really great to make this taxonomy available to more jurisdictions throughout the state. For now, we're just going to continue strengthening those partnerships and building new relationships by openly sharing what we do and how we do it. With that, I'd love to take any questions you might have. Thanks, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm part of a fire safety committee for my neighborhood, which is a very high severity fire risk. And it would be super useful to have some sort of a risk score for every house in the neighborhood based on whether they've done the home hardening. But that's kind of sensitive information, and block by block, the neighbors that I talk to would be okay with sharing that within the neighborhood, but a little nervous about sharing that just publicly. So to your point about having like aggregated data being something you want to share and sensitive data being sensitive. So questions like, what guidance do you give for how to manage data like that? And then if you did want to both host it and then share it with the city or make it public, how do you think through stuff like that? It's a big question, but I just wonder if you have any examples of community data that plugs into actually government, county-owned data portal.
All right, thanks for the question. Yeah, that is a big question. You know, we don't have, at least I can't, unless Faye has different experience, I can't think of a data set that comes from the community that would be public, like on our platform or a government platform. But that's a really interesting idea. I mean, the way we handle sensitive data between agencies is, you know, through contracts, essentially. You know, so that would be the only thing I can think of is, you know, you have to develop some kind of enforceable contract between people. Yeah, cleansing the data, I think, is smart, but you know, even that can be challenging because you can always de-identify things, or not always, but often we think we're de-identifying when we don't do it enough. Someone can always outsmart you and identify someone again. Yeah. Does that, okay. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Relating to his question here, last year when we had the fires, we actually used the Watch Duty app. Have you used that? Yeah. So, and that aggregated public data along with a lot of other sources on the ground, and it worked better than the public sources because it's hard to get to the actual data. I'm wondering, beyond what you presented, what else is LA County putting out there for the public to use that would help us in situations like this? Because it sounds like what you're doing is, obviously it's a very special use case. There's also a lot of other data that should be public. I'm sure GIS, you have all that stuff. What else, can you talk a little bit to what else LA County has that is made accessible through APIs and other sources that we can feed? Instead of doing a batch download, we want to get to the live data and build an app with it, for example.
Shaking a little because it's so cold in here. We do have a LA County open data portal. There's public health data, like community health survey data, and you know, what I call happier data, like arts events and parks and recreation, and also from other departments, even some of the criminal justice data. I think the difficulties for us is what this gentleman just mentioned. We cannot share any identifying information, especially with locations, even if when it's a address, when you zoom in close enough, you can identify the individual house or apartment there, which is strictly prohibited on our website. So on our open data portal, it's very hard for you to link to any underlying data. But there's also other resources you can find at LA County GIS portal. We created a lot of boundaries and a lot of our county offices, service areas, response catchment areas, all those data on top of your individual level data or community level data. Hopefully that can provide some context or support for you. But I know the problem is, like, nobody knows we have these resources. We gotta more outreach tasks to do, I think.
Actually, I have a comment and a question. I used to be a correctional counselor within the Department of Corrections, and it was really difficult handling the data, especially with people that came from other states or that were prosecuted at the level, federal level. So, is there anything being done in regards to the different states? How you know those, how the codes change state to state and then federal and all that? Would it be awesome to create a system that actually standardizes data throughout the whole country? I think that would be the most useful way to do it.
For future endeavors, anything else?
I mean, that's a good idea. I would, I'm just trying to get my head around what we're doing about LA County, you know, but, you know, I mentioned at the end, you know, I really would like to expand what we're doing throughout the state and create some standardization. That would be amazing. That would be a goal for me. If we can go beyond that, even better. Yeah, that's a good idea.
The impact is pretty big. It sounds like just changes, charges categorization. But if you think about it, people who are in treatment, people who are diverted from courts to treatment, people who are going through the whole re-entry route, this categorization decides whether they qualify, their charges qualify for treatment, and the evaluation of these critical programs, whether through these treatment, if they were rearrested, if they were rebooked, and the charge levels, whether it was still violent, whether it was still strike eligible, that makes a huge difference in one individual's life, and also like whether we're spending resources effectively.
I have two questions. How does like the LA County government like detect web crawlers trying to like access information? And then for bugs in the code, do you guys do contracts for like a third party that tests for like bugs in it, or do you have like an in-house team who looks for like bugs in like the Python code?
So to answer your first question, I really don't know that whole detection of, you know, web crawlers and things. That's going to be outside of my purview. I can't really speak to that. I do know that we have a very robust like security team, you know, in the CIO's office. But then in regards to the other question, I'm sorry, remind me of the other question. Test for bugs. Yeah. Oh, thank you. With our, you know, largely with our subject matter experts. You know, they're end users. I mean, we have a lot of obviously like best practices when developing software, you know, developing tests and that kind of thing. So we have, you know, our test procedures, but it's internal. You know, we're developing them internally, and then our end users give us that feedback. We iterate through that way. Another question.
I was wondering if you ever had feedback to the legal code itself. So if you find some analysis is not possible, could you actually propose like legislative changes that would make it possible? Like, would you talk to you know, a state rep and say like, you know, my customers are saying they need to do this and they cannot do it. Maybe this law should be changed in a way that makes it easier. Or, yeah.
That's a really good question. I've definitely thought about it. In working on this, I've absolutely thought like I want to go back to whoever wrote this. I've gone down the rabbit hole, yeah, but never actually gone through with that. I don't know if that's the right move for me to do.
Likewise, it would be nice if they maybe had those literal codes listed somewhere in a way that accessible, so you don't have to hard code it into your regex that you showed on this screen. That would be nice if, you know, as the as the codes change and new laws get passed, that could get updated automatically without you having to go in and update the regex. But that's not my question. My my question is, maybe I missed something from your talk, and if you could maybe repeat something that I didn't catch, but I've seen the word transparency mentioned a lot, but that transparency seemed to be contained to transparency within or in between the agencies. How does the public benefit, and what parts of your system are transparent to the public?
Great question. Really great question. So the public, yeah, it's not like everything is fully transparent. But what we're doing is making, like I've mentioned earlier, the open data portal that contains a lot of the data. It does contain sort of like a high-level summary of what I've just kind of shown you. Like, this is how we arrive at this process of charge categorization. So a lot of the ways that it reaches the like everyday person is either going to be through like those community organizations that are doing like advocacy or doing like that kind of research on their own, or other external like researchers. So that's like one way. And I don't want to, but I also don't want to like diminish like the transparency between agencies. That is something that didn't always exist either. So it is like a really big step, especially between, you know, the fact that we have government, or I'm sorry, LA County government agencies, so they all belong to the county government. And then we have Superior Court, which is not a county government. You know, it's a state entity. So just interfacing with them with this level of transparency has really facilitated a lot of the work that we've done, the results that we're seeing. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the things I've really thought about and really wanted to do is for me, one next step would be to make the GitHub repo more public. Yeah, it is enterprise right now, which is still very limited. But yeah, that would be, I think, the logical next step. It is still something we're working on. So I mentioned like, we're still working on those categorizations. So we're hoping to refine it. And basically, when I get it to the point where it's like 1.0, then like the public can really see it. Like, it's going to be good enough for anyone to kind of like take apart. Right now, it's like still internal, even though it's like a big internal project with different agencies and organizations. It's still kind of small. So yeah, I'll acknowledge that.
I'd like to add to that answer, in addition to our internal like process to break the silo, the data silo, and we do have mechanisms like every quarterly we have like working group presentations where CBOs will be involved in the process. So the transparency would be for us as a data unit would be a methodology transparency that here's the results, the aggregated table, and this is our technical report of how we arrived at this. If you have any other ideas or better suggestions on how to do things, we are like on the receiving end. We're always there to take suggestions. And also in terms of legislative change, we take our supportive role very seriously. All these county departments sometimes make data requests, make analytical requests to us. We support by providing data, by leading, by letting them lead the data projects to a position that will support their argument through their representative with state or federal agencies.
My question is, we talked a lot about like the specifics of things like the definitions of violence, definitions of so, and it occurs to me it's there's going to be differences in local, so like county, city, state, federal. They all are going to have different definitions of what violent is, and then they're going to all be different definitions of all these individual little codes. Do you have like? Is you part of your process to have somebody on staff who's a legal expert who helps you to define these codes? And then the sort of secondary question is, it sounds like you're doing a lot of hard coding of business rules. And then you talked about maybe going into some sort of like weekly supervised learning or something like that. I know that there were like, there's another part of this process which is like, like when you're talking about people who are recidivists, how do you know that you have the right person when you're joining across the data? So if you have a John Smith, like that could be any number of people locally. I know that there are, my name's Mark, right? My name's Mark Roden, and I know that there are at least one other person named Mark Roden in the LA area who is a programmer, who is about my age. And so we like, how do you do that disambiguation? I also work with somebody whose name is Chris Smith, and he gets all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, there you go. Maybe, probably not the same one. So.
CWMDN part. So we have another process in the that I earlier mentioned. We integrate data from different county sources. That's a separate process from our analytical process. So every individual from each source department comes into that identity solution system. We take in all their PIIs into consideration, names, SSNs, addresses, phone numbers, gender, race, age, yes, DOV, all those information, and we have a algorithm to identify whether individual A is individual A showing in Sheriff's Department, is the same individual A showing in court, is the same individual A showing in like welfare system, or the same individual showing from history in child welfare system. All those things can be linked, but it's a separate process that analysts cannot see. We have a electronic ID assigned to each individual. Using that number, we can pull all their service administrative records from other departments. This way, we can do the link. We're not, for any project, we're not exposing individual. Even us as analysts, we don't have access to the personal identifying information. Of course, if you think about it, if you have addresses or phone numbers for each individual, you kind of can identify individuals, but that's another process we've been doing. All the demographic information is also separate, and all those addresses are broken into sections, and we're allowed to see only certain sections to protect privacy. But we do have a certain accuracy rate of the match that we are confident, 85% confident that this person is this person we see across system. And do you want to take the coding part?
The coding, sorry, remind me again. I have the worst memory right now. 88. Yeah. Mm. You know, we're really, we don't really have insight into city-specific codes, municipal codes, essentially is what you're asking. Yeah, we have them in our data, and those are actually, that makes up the 10% or so when I was pointing at the number, 90% match rate. It's because the other 10% are usually other jurisdictions, so municipal or federal, typically. So yeah, we don't really have that level of detail integrated yet. I don't know if we ever really will. But yeah, that is. I think there is going to be a natural like ceiling to what we can do. Yep. One other question. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
I got a couple of questions. How difficult is it to get the data from agencies? Because dealing with like the sheriff's department, social services, or probation, and is the data that they're giving you, I'm guessing it's not clean or anything. You guys have to do some cleaning and transformation. And then interagency, so like in Orange County, if there's a person that has committed a crime there, how do you kind of like follow that path to there, to LA County if he's been arrested and all that stuff? Are you able to see that? Yeah. Just data within counties is difficult, and how do you deal with that? How do you get the buy-in from the sheriffs to be like, hey, give me that data?
Thank you. Yeah, inter-county data, we are not lucky enough to get data from Orange County. So really the only data that we can ever see is if it was a transfer between counties, if a person was transferred from Orange County Jail to LA County Jail, that can show up in our data with the charge code. But we're not tracking people necessarily that committed a crime in San Jose. We're not able to see that. We're not able to track their criminal history across, the county or the state. So that is a pretty big limitation for us. We're at time. Yeah.
So about tracking, LA City actually has a crime map that's public that shows pretty much in real time something happened with an address. It obviously doesn't put personal information. So technically, from a technology point of view, it's pretty straightforward if you have a schema and definition of what's personal, what can be shared, what can't be shared. And I would think that if we're talking about transparency and you've spent all this great work doing all this analysis, a lot of it can be put out there, especially the business rules that say, well, what is the code, what is the rule, and not putting it out there is actually a detriment to the value that you've actually already put into it. So it could be done, you don't have to wait for it to be perfect, in other words. If you wait for it to be perfect, it'll never get out there. So I know it's not your choice, but I would suggest putting that out there as, it's not only I think it's a duty of an agency to put it out there, but it's also a risk reduction for things like fire and crime and whatever to actually put it out there so the community knows what's going on and could help build applications like Watch Duty or whatever that we can respond to emergencies, because when the next emergency happens, we don't have this information, it's going to be on the county that we don't, or the city or whoever that didn't put it out there. So I would strongly suggest getting that message up the ladder anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Check, check.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So this is like a source code example where, this is a really interesting one because, creating contracts and documenting agreements is something that is already like a barrier to entry in the legal world, but having a dispute is like a whole nother level of barrier to entry. Nobody wants to like get into a dispute. Even small claims court is like a huge pain. But if you have some issue with like your open source license, you could use Harness, and you could basically have it like create a standardized complaint. And people could work together to build that out, like, systems of lawyers. Technically, the way it works is these types of tools are supposed to be used by licensed lawyers, and that's how legal licensing works. But you never know, like, there are already laws, like, that people are trying to pass to open up and allow more access to this type of tool. But even just lawyers can use these types of things to create standardized templating for documents, and I think that can make access a lot better. And so here's the example where it basically created the document Harness, then validates it, makes sure it passes all the rules, creates the output that then needs to be filed, and can actually create like multiple documents from a single set of the templates. So that's another example. Here's another example we created. This is like a litigation example. So something that you do, and this is a huge cost, right? Like, why do lawsuits cost so much money? A big one is you have to go through all the prior documents, all the prior testimony of the witnesses, and some group of people have to sit in a room and review that and write up the takeaways and then prepare a 7-hour outline of questions for that person to try to get them to trip up or make admissions. And so you can actually standardize that. And I can't tell you how many times over my career, moving between cases, between projects, working with different people, everybody has a million different preferences on these documents and how they should look. And it's like, you learn the hard way oftentimes, or you don't get what you need. And so if you could just provide like these types of things, then it would make life a lot easier. Another example is like, one of the big drivers of cost in litigation is there will be documents that aren't marked privileged and confidential. And so if you talk to a lawyer, your conversations are privileged with the lawyer when they give you legal advice, so no one should be able to get that and use it against you in your case. But so many times, people are creating documents and they just forget to put that stamp on it. And then it can cause huge battles around, did you waive the privilege? Do you still get to claim it? And so this is something you could just standardize using Harness, across any document. And then it could be tied later to like a potential Harness document standard for reviewing documents in a case, which could help. And so basically, there are just many examples. I'd say a huge reason for the high cost of legal services is everything is bespoke. And the lawyers just are constantly reinventing the wheel in terms of document creation. And you need something more than just like, a template document in Word to be able to do it. So here's just to recap, like the pipeline in terms of how Harness works. You can create your templates, it can validate the rules, can generate output documents, you can have all sorts of, kind of like simulated processes that you would do. You can get it signed or served and delivered and things like that. And so that's kind of where we're at. It's built in Swift, as I mentioned, and so but as I also mentioned, it doesn't have to be. Um, you could do whatever you want with it. But there are some benefits to that, and so and you know, you can look on the foundation. I think there's some other things that they're building with it, and so yeah. So this is, you know, out there. I think that the legal kind of open source tools for legal AI adoption are really light, and they're just starting to kind of spring up. And so this is a really interesting one, I thought, and that I have used. And again, like, I did not create at all. So yeah, so that's where we're at. And so I see we have time. I don't know, I'll open it up if there are questions. You know, I do use like AI a ton in my law practice, and just happy to answer any questions or whatever would be helpful. Yeah. I think it's pretty nascent. It's affiliated with the UNLV Law School, so it has some institutional support, the Neon Foundation. Um, and there are multiple active developers, lawyers, like, that have, you know, like, I have a big team that we do, you know, 10,000 hours plus a year of legal work, you know, and but it's, I don't think it's like, you know, in the lawyer software kind of AI world, it's very early. Most people are not using like Claude Code as lawyers. They're more using like CoWork. So yeah, it's not, you don't have as many like on like a open source project, let's say for like a DevOps tool. It's not at that scale at all. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So I've seen a lot of those like either drag and drop document assembly tools or other types of them. I think just like making it a CLI is really interesting to me because it allows you to go faster, and there's this sort of counter incentive, I guess, for a lot of lawyers because they charge by the hour, and I do too a lot of times. But so you don't want to, you know, there's this idea that like, well, if you do everything faster, you make less money. But what I'm seeing now is like, if you can dramatically up your speed and then just take on more cases, then you can actually net expand, and that's what I've been doing. And then you can also change the economic model maybe and start charging flat fees, which is more predictable. And so, so yeah, does that answer the question? I guess, yeah. On the GitHub, you know, I think there's at least one example, and we can put up more, but it'll really be every lawyer or law office is going to want to customize it, but you could start from somewhere. Yeah. It's probably, yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. And we actually created like a bunch of these last night, so, and we could probably send up some templates. Yeah, it's going to be continued to be developed in Swift for sure. Yeah. 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 Mm. Well, it's interesting. Like, a lot of lawyers will interview clients to get information just live or on a Zoom, but I have started talking to more lawyers that are designing essentially like avatars of themselves that will interact with their clients, and so they still train them and will go in and review the conversation and follow up on it. But I think you could use something like this to interact with the clients. And a lot of these days, every client is feeding everything you tell them into AI anyway. And so like what you get a question, it comes from the AI that the client used. Or if you give them an answer to the question, they'll go and ask what the AI thinks. And so, yeah, this could be a way that maybe you could have a little more control over that process in the attorney-client relationship. That might be good, yeah. All right. Sure, yeah. I would want it to like auto-populate templates based on prior examples of things I did, which I think it probably could do with a little bit of massaging. And then I think the idea of having like more a template library sounds interesting. I guess if you guys have ideas of like what you know, any ideas, feel free to tell me and I'll pass them on, because it is under active development. Um, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and to create to simulate workflows, to also have like review and validation workflows to, let's say, check all the client file materials and make sure what we're saying is accurate, or check the court rules about how the document's supposed to look like and customize it for that, or make sure the client signs off on it. Sometimes the clients have to. So just whatever which is right now kind of this like, it's split all the information in these different rules in people's heads, just kind of standardize the workflows. That you would have to provide it, or like create the rules to go and check it. So that is still kind of like a collection process, and every law firm would have a different kind of set of those that matter to it. But you can kind of, I would know, let's say if I spent with a bit of a boot up cost, I could feed everything I needed it to know into like a certain place. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's a hard question. That happened in New York. There was a judge a few weeks ago that he made this order where the guy, it was a criminal case, so the guy was arrested, and he had been talking to either GPT or Claude before he hired a lawyer, and the judge said it's all discoverable. There it was a little unique because the government was suing him, right? Because it's a criminal case, and Claude technically says like you can reveal what we can reveal what you say to us to the government, and so it was like kind of a tortured scenario that was very, I think, distinguishable from most. And the judge did say like if it was his lawyers using it, or if he had already hired lawyers and it was like a more of like a, let's call it like a team project or something, that might maintain the privilege. So I think the answer is your lawyer should use it. You should be able to try to like communicate in a sandbox that you and your lawyer have access to. And that I believe, and I taught a class at a law school about this. If you go back to when the cloud was developed initially, it was the same thing where people were like, okay, does it waive privilege to upload? And then eventually the cases kind of came out, and yeah, if you upload it with like a publicly accessible Google Drive link and then post that on Twitter, you might be waiving privilege. But if it's like between you and your lawyer, like probably not. So yeah, but that's very early, and the decisions so far, there's barely any on it. So, but yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's wills, because wills and trusts is like pretty expensive to talk to a lawyer about it. It could it could cost, the way I think about it as a lawyer is like it could cost a lawyer $3,000 basically of their time and their staff to like talk to a client. And so as it's not the type of law I do, but it's something I need. And so, and I've seen just over time, and like when I was doing startups, like it's an area that startups are always trying to tackle, is that wills and trusts use case. And I think this can actually do it, and it does it in an interesting way where it's like just an open source tool that any lawyer can use. And so that's how it ties into the foundation that is helping develop it, trying to make legal services more accessible. Okay. All right, cool. Well, thanks everyone. Yeah, thanks for coming to the talk, and hopefully it made sense in some sense. And yeah, have a good one.
anyone that has questions, please I'll hand you the mic.
Hi, department. Entrepreneurship support and not guided at all on, and he was like dreaming of having an open source project, but all, and he's been coding for. And then another couple of students who were asked to participate in a campus and I read the contract and it was from my department. And so I'm just curious, like, are you running into issues with the people on campus who are trying to produce as much private as possible, and what's your strategy around that? Source for me to send students to who need somebody to look at a document and say, hey, maybe you have another option. You could open source this, or this is what would happen if you did. There's like
Hi, I'm Carla Padilla. I'm over at the UC San Diego Open Source Program Office. So I've been working a little bit with the TTOs on some of these problems or issues. And what I want to say is that the UC Regents, which kind of sits above all the UCs, I consider it like the federal government, and then each campus is its own little state. So they have policies about copyright and who owns what. And there is a website, just Google UCOP copyright, and it'll bring you to a page where it kind of outlines who owns what and under what conditions. Like generally, like Stephanie was saying, if you're doing something as a staff member, if you do something as a research project, because a lot of research grants will specify who owns what, right? Sometimes, it's not owned by the students. It might not even be owned by the university. It could be owned by, whoever's providing the grant. Sometimes with like what students do on their own, yeah, generally, undergrads do own it, except that if they use significant university resources. Now, how that's defined and what is that line can be a little bit blurry, and that's really where Tech Transfer Office or your Office of Innovation or Commercialization, whatever it's called on your campus, would be the ones to weigh in on it. Once, so we can help guide you to kind of those resources. We can also talk to you about the different licenses, what licenses are kind of favored by the UC if UC has some of the ownership, but they're allowing open source, or if like, as a student and you completely own it, we can help you say like, these are the different licenses, here's what they do, but we have to be careful about not providing actual legal advice. But, there is opportunity for us to help provide that guidance that I think you're looking for, your students might be looking for.
We do have still time for questions.
Open sourced versus what is defined as IP. I think like
access.
From a different angle of the same story, bridging the gap. Everybody talking, I will be talking about bridging the gap between open source and academia as well. So what I'm interested in, so you talked about like empowering, facilitating like students, researchers, and basically like all you are doing for the student body. So what I'm curious about, what are your relationships with the faculty? Do you have any influence on curriculum? Do they come because for me as a founder of non-for-profit, one of the goals is to bridge this sad gap. I find actually faculty being like the most inertial part of any educational system, and I'm still something they need to pay attention. Disregard.
The greatest things that we have to do is engage our faculty in a way that's collaborative with students. Faculty care about their students. So by connecting an open source project to the students,
Check, check, 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey.
Hello? Hello? Okay, seems that it's working. I'll just do it like this. This works, right? Oh, okay. No, I don't want to hold it. Okay. No, this is good. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to invite people to move up to the front. We have a lot of space here, so if you'd like to, no pressure. No pressure, though. Okay. Okay. Okay, welcome. Okay. Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right, thanks everybody. Thank you for coming to our presentation. I'm going to begin with breaking governance capture, how sortition can transform organizations. About me, my name is Leonora Kamner. I'm Executive Director of Sortition USA. Until very recently, our name was Democracy Without Elections, and we've just underwent a name change. We wanted to be more focused on what we're for and not what we're against, so now we're Sortition USA. I have experience in movement building and organizing. I was previously the Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA, the pro-housing organization. So the main idea of this talk is that randomness is powerful. So just engage in this exercise, this thought exercise with me for a minute. Let's imagine these things without randomness. What would happen? Like if we took randomness out of clinical trials, what would happen if we took it out of jury trials, cryptography, statistical research, risk modeling? I imagine, if I propose taking randomness out of these things, you might say I'm crazy. You might say, how would clinical trials work? Maybe I made the argument, no, the problem with clinical trials is we're just not getting the right people into clinical trials. We should just get better people, the right people, to be in the clinical trials. You'd say, no, that doesn't work. That we'd have an issue. They would be manipulated. Okay, that's one issue. You wouldn't get a representative sample. Okay, there would be skewing. There would just be so many issues. You can't take randomness out of clinical trials. Okay, so you might wonder, why don't we have randomness with important processes like policymaking and governance? Okay, so if you agree with me that randomness is powerful and it's crazy to take it out of things, and that maybe things are not perfect, but randomness is an essential, important quality in keeping things free of bias, making things more reliable, preventing capture of those things, like preventing manipulation. Randomness is so powerful at doing that. It allows real representative sampling. Like we can't do that without randomness. And it provides more system resilience. These are all things that we need in governance and policy making too. So the fact that we don't have randomness in it, if you're following me so far, I feel like you've gotten the main point of this talk. Like I could just end here. Okay, randomness is so powerful and so important. So let's think about the governance capture problem in organizations. We don't use randomness. So we have these problems. We have the issue of dominance and influence by certain interests. We have board entrenchment, like certain ideas and personalities staking out a place in leadership. We're not getting turnover, not getting new ideas. Low member participation. People feel checked out, disenfranchised, disillusioned. Sounds like the general public about politics. We'll also see this in organizational governance also. Low transparency. People not having a direct way to get involved, like not having their own place in the organization. there's an issue of the board or the governance being far away. And then internal politics over mission. So when you have a situation where people might benefit from these leadership positions, they might benefit in terms of, power or influence, there's that incentive to keep that, okay, and to prioritize that over the core duty of fulfilling the mission. So this is really about organizations, but we can also think about these problems, in governance, public governance. We can think about it internally in like organizational governance also. So, another comparison that one of our members brought up is if you take cybersecurity. Randomness in cybersecurity makes it more difficult to attack and capture by outside influences and manipulation. So similarly, we could see like randomness in organizational governance can maybe do that security role too of protecting against capture from lobbyists or special interests, or like particular power interests, like manipulation. And we see this both in the organizational setting and in public governance. You have to follow the money, right? So we have an issue where like donor interests, donor preferences can take over in an organization. So enter the solution, sortition. What is sortition? It is the selection of government by lottery. So here's a quote from Aristotle. It is accepted as democratic when public offices are allocated by lot and as oligarchic when they are filled by election. So sortition has a deep history. It goes back to ancient practices like ancient Athens, where you saw that quote before, where people considered sortition to be actual democracy. So something to think about. And that tradition of sortition has continued in many forms. And we know one of the most important forms that we appreciate today is jury trials. Today we also see sortition in practice with citizens' assemblies, sometimes called civic assemblies. These are lottery-based panels of regular people who are participating in policymaking. So one really big example is the Irish Citizens' Assemblies. That's pictured here. And so it has become a almost codified practice in Ireland to use these citizens' assemblies to tackle really difficult national issues, like really polarizing ones that the nation was stuck on for many generations, such as abortion and same-sex marriage. So it was the citizens' assemblies that really broke through on these issues. And then another example I'm really excited to talk about today is the LA Charter Review Assembly. So we're actually right now doing a Los Angeles Civic Assembly, a true cross-section of Angelenos, an impartial group of people, are learning about and deliberating on some key issues with the charter review, the charter reform. And the charter is LA's document of governance. So it's basically our constitution. So this is a really big process. We need to have, do you want to see the current politicians who have power deciding that process? Do you want to see them, at the front seat? I don't. I would like an impartial group of people to listen to the facts and deliberate and make a recommendation on that. So that's why I'm really excited about the LA Charter Review Assembly. And if you want to learn more about that, you can go to what is it called? Rewrite LA. Rewrite LA, and our local group is called Public Democracy LA. Okay. So why does randomness work? We've talked about this already quite a bit. Randomness protects against politics and campaigning. It protects against factional blocks. It helps us deal with dominating influences and interests. And of course, it protects against this issue of a lack of representation. And it produces a statistically valid cross-section of the community. This serves to connect the constituencies' actual opinions and lived experiences with policymaking. You know, I think we often have this issue both with public governance and internal organizations where the real opinions are not being represented because we don't have this type of like representative, like statistically valid process to assess, you know, what people's opinions are. You know, so like the decisions and the policy making there's like a gap between that and what the actual constituency wants to see happening. On top of that, civic assemblies have a really important component, which is a deliberative and transparent process. In civic assemblies, people are paid for deliberation over days or months. This allows deep understanding and dialogue to inform decisions. You know, unlike many types of voting that we might do in the general public where, you know, we are not able to have a deep understanding. We're not able to find the time in our own lives to do the deep research and understanding necessary to make an informed choice on a particular vote. So, you know, we're paying people so they can take that time out of their day and study and deliberate on a particular issue. So one concern that people sometimes have about sortition is that it devalues experts. This is not what happens. Expertise is actually elevated when it is presented in front of impartial people. Okay, so, you know, I've seen this time and time again from my past doing housing advocacy. You know, we have great experts in urban planning and housing in Los Angeles. You know, people paid, like we, the general public, pay these people to serve in government and provide their expertise in terms of like how much housing we actually need. Like what are the actual numbers of housing? But then, you know, I've been told by some of them, they're not able to present the actual numbers to the politicians that, you know, serve on certain decision-making boards about housing. They're not able to present the actual numbers because they're too big and scary. Okay, so this has happened time and time again. And then when they do present watered-down numbers, the politicians choose to ignore it, and they say these numbers are too high. I think we are devaluing experts currently. That is throwing expertise away that we pay for. We pay for them to come up with these studies, and then we just ignore it in the political process. So expertise gets a fair chance when it's in front of impartial people who they're not worried about where their campaign money is going to come from. They're not worried about, you know, what future office they're going to run for. You know, they're not worried about like what favors they've promised for their endorsements. So at Sortition USA, we put sortition into practice for our organization. We live sortition. We have a lottery-based board. This is a snapshot of some people who've served on that. And we do open meetings. So they're very transparent, open board meetings. And an important part of that is we need a strong onboarding process for when people are lottery selected onto the board. You know, instead of like the usual way where you look for people who have experience, you know, we're getting people with no experience straight onto our board. So we give them good onboarding. We do staggered terms so that when we get a new cohort on, we're not starting over again from zero. You know, some of that knowledge is carried on. We also have an advisors committee of experts, and we do training and agreement to legal duties. We do screening for basic disqualifications, and we have strong rules about conduct. And so by living it, you know, we've discovered through direct experience the strengths and challenges of doing lottery-based governance. And we've discovered that we need a system that's resilient to strong or difficult personalities. Okay, that's just, and it's a totally solvable problem. You know, that's why we have a strong code of conduct process, and we have dispute resolution processes. We've also discovered that we need that advisors committee, like we need that expertise, and officers and others who can provide that guidance to people who really like don't have that experience. You know, they're bringing that, you know, representation and impartiality, and then we also need to pair that with expertise. One awesome thing that I've seen happen, I didn't even really expect it, is that we get people involved and engaged who might otherwise not be. You know, so sometimes people just kind of, they're sort of members or they're on our email list. They're like, oh, this is an interesting idea, or you know, they're just like not motivated to be that involved. Okay, once they get lottery selected onto our board, it's amazing to see they transform into real committed champions for the cause, and they bring all these like, ideas and projects, and we would have no idea, you know, if we just like send out a general call, oh, who would like to be on our board, or you know, if we try to hand select the people on our board, we'd be missing out on all of that. And so we get that through this lottery selection. And also, we've discovered that regular people, you know, non-experts, they're more capable and bring more fresh ideas than might be expected. And we're like shuffling those new ideas onto the board. For example, you know, we've had one board member recently who's a physicist, and he has no experience with organizations, nonprofits, or movement building. And you know, you think like, how could physics, you know, what could be the benefit of physics on a nonprofit board? But it's amazing to see like his perspectives, his ideas. They're fresh and new. We would otherwise never have his ideas on the board if we were just only looking for nonprofit experts. So here's some ways to implement sortition in an organization you might be involved with. So you could go all the way and do it like we do with a lottery-based board. That's one option. And you know, we are here to support that. We can provide consulting services and guidance and materials. If that's what you're interested in doing, please reach out. You can also implement it in committees. So maybe you have like a particular project committee. You know, you could explore doing a lottery selection for that. Another option is dispute resolution. You know, it's almost like a mini jury. If you need internal dispute resolution, doing a lottery-based process is a great way to do that. Also, if you're doing internal reviews, you need some like internal oversight. That's maybe where this is most beneficial, because you know, you want to get that that unbiased, impartial perspective. And again, if you are interested in any of these, like implementing them, you have some ideas for how to do these, we'd love to work with you. Please reach out. So how can you learn more and get involved? Join us at sortitionusa.org. And again, reach out to us. We have models, training, and resources that can help you implement sortition in your organization. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now I'm going to, thank you. I'm going to hand it over to us.
Any immediate questions?
Okay, would you like to take a question?
Yeah, a question. So are you familiar with the expression bike shedding?
The question is bike shedding?
Yeah, so it was to your point about experts being able to split it properly. Like the notion is if you have a group of people assembling to, you know, review a plan or consider a PowerPoint, because most people that are reviewing it don't have much expertise in doing it and operating a PowerPoint, much of the conversation shifts to the part of the bike shed should be taken. How do you guys avoid that kind of phenomenon? Because I imagine it's real, you might have an expert present, but like most people that are presenting to wouldn't have a lot of context to the expert presenting.
Mm-hmm.
That could lead to, you know, focusing on one thing.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question is, what do you do about this problem where you have a group of non-experts on, you know, considering a very technical issue? How do you avoid the possibility of that group kind of gravitating more towards things that they are familiar with? I think maybe George has some thoughts on this. Here.
Okay, for general purpose, you know, governance, like boards of directors, those are not specialists. If specialists are needed, they are elected by the boards. In classical Athens, for example, the position of admiral was elected by the board. You didn't randomly select an admiral or a treasurer. So if it's a special committee on leakage in the steam generator, those would be steam generator people picked by the committee.
Also, I think, you know, sort of the science and art of civic assembly facilitation is very deep, and there's a lot of different organizations out there with different approaches and different theories on this. I think they all do an amazing job. And if you'd like to connect with that network or learn about it, I'd love to help you do that so you can see what they say. But for example, I think one thing I've seen written about by the facilitators is the need for a good remit. Okay, so it's like they often say the civic assembly, we have to be very clear on what the output needs to be from the civic, like where we all need to go. And like it should be specific and clear, but we also need to balance that with some flexibility if the civic assembly needs to kind of think outside the box. So I think that's sort of like an interesting challenge. But I've seen, currently the LA Charter Reform Assembly is very focused on the question of the size of the city council. And I know that's like a new topic for a lot of the people on the civic assembly. But I think like because they're getting a lot of expert information and a lot of that factual information, I think the discussion has been very focused on that. Do you have a question also? Yeah. No, please go. Yeah.
So I like to try to kick the tire from the other side and focus on this this idea of a committee of experts. What mechanisms, or I guess a sort of like Ulysses Pact type functionality can be built in to the system to prevent for that committee of experts to become an entrenched sort of a cabal of people who push through their ideas and push aside those good ideas that you said lay people may come in with and put on the table. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's a really good and important question, and something we think about a lot. Put this back in. So when we talk about large public civic assemblies, one idea I'm a really strong believer in is having what is called nested assemblies. And so the idea there is that you could have sort of like an oversight assembly. And they do this in what is called the Ostbelgian model, the East Belgian permanent civic assembly that is a part of the city's governance there. So there's a lottery selected body that their one job is to decide what issues should be the subject of like the next civic assembly. Okay, and then we could go a little farther, I think, and have oversight assemblies also that oversee the process and facilitation. And often when the civic assemblies are done, they the gold standard is to allow that assembly, maybe like seating them with some initial experts, but giving them control over like what experts to call. So especially with long-term ones, like they find their own experts, and so I think that helps reduce the issue that you're talking about. But I think it is a challenge, I think, in smaller organizations where you can't benefit from nested assemblies or larger processes. So I think the solution is maybe like a smaller version of what we do in like the larger civic assemblies, where we need to make sure that the board, the lottery selected board, and like these lottery selected committees have a lot of latitude to go out and find like new information, new experts, and that they're sort of like, it's not the experts controlling them, it's the other way around. But I think it's like a really great point and more challenging in the smaller settings. Okay, yes, and then, okay, yeah. Maybe like I'll just take one more question, and then I can take more at the end after Liz goes, because I know Liz has a lot of, yeah. Okay, let me just hand it over to Liz next, and then.
Okay, for everyone who had questions for Leonora, please make a note to self. Remember your question, you can ask them at the end. I'll be quick so that we can get right back into it. This is the segue slide between me and Leonora. We both care about ensuring that community governance can become a form of scalable and sustainable decision-making that's resistant to capture by billionaires, authoritarians, and corporations. So my name is Liz Barry. I'm the somewhat recent executive director of MetaGov, which is a nonprofit originally stood up by Larry Lessig at Harvard, the creator of Creative Commons. MetaGov is both a community and that nonprofit organization. We kind of think of ourselves as a research to infrastructure laboratory because we start with a lot of academics and experimentation around research topics, and we frequently move into advocating for technology to become infrastructure that serves everybody for self-governance in a digital age. Some of the things we've done are analyze $1 billion of investment into digital public goods. Like, how did that investment go? So. We created standards that currently 19 billion in on-chain value are running through with the like Web3, like crypto. There is a corner of Web3 that is not scammy, and that is where this organization came from before I got there. I'm terrestrial, which you'll see my work in democracy that we come up with. But anyways, what is up with MetaGov? We worked literally with Switzerland to stand up publicai.co. So we built the inference utility so you can chat with a sovereign LLM that was transparently chained instead of using OpenAI or Claude. Me personally, why I highlighted it, I'm co-directing around $2 million of investment into democratic infrastructure and advising on $10 million more. What do I mean democratic infrastructure? Well, I'm going to start by just telling you about one tool. Now, in some crowds, this tool, Polis, is widely known. Can I see hands if you've heard of Polis? All right, for you all, thanks for your patience. I'll take it pretty quick. I have been working with Polis. Before MetaGov, I co-founded the Computational Democracy Project with the creators of Polis. So I'm kind of OG in the Polis community. So here's my quick talk about it. It helps large groups of people figure out what everyone thinks about what everyone else says, enabled by advanced statistics and machine learning. And I'll explain Voxit shortly. In one slide, you go from statements on cards, where you see what other people wrote or write your own. You vote up, down, or pass, and out of all that sparse data in high-dimensional space, we do some projection and k-means. So we cluster people who share similar opinions, and we figure out what people who think differently may yet all agree on, the so-called bridging statements or group-informed consensus. And this little technology, which was a knowledge transfer from computational biology, some genetics research that was also familiar with very sparse matrices and how do we detect pattern in that, has come over to help out democracy a little bit. And so already this open source software has been connected to a lot of different types of processes, including what Leonora was just talking about. This is before generative AI. So I'm happy to get into the use of AI in democracy at the end of my talk, but for now we're gonna stick with machine learning. And in this particular system, all the content is written by humans and all the meaning is made by humans. The machines just help us see it. So these are seen, so we're now back in 2014 in Taiwan, where the legislators, under the influence of the mainland, made a trade deal that was far more favorable to China than to the Taiwanese who elected their own representatives. And people flooded out into the street. Now, luckily, that country had invested in facilitator training for 10 years. So instead of looking like what most of the occupies looked like in the West, they organized themselves into small groups, passed a talking stick, took careful notes, carefully helped find the people who had the most divergent opinions talk to each other, and figure out what their common ground might be, and then pass those notes around to all the other small groups that were doing the same thing. Yeah, unimaginable. But I had just been flown in to keynote because of my previous group called Public Lab, which I helped create a global open science research community to collect evidence on polluters and bring them to court. Anyways, that's why I was in Taipei. So I saw it for myself, and then that turned into, honestly, like the global darling of digital democracy right now. Here in the green shirt, we see a very young Audrey Tang, who's now Taiwan's cyber ambassador. I'm not sure what other country has a cyber ambassador. And they used this, they reached for a bunch of open source tools to scale up this crowd decision making to their nation. And the first thing they fought was colonization of their transportation sector by Uber, companies headquartered outside of their political boundaries, but which were extracting a lot of wealth. And they brought together multiple stakeholders. Hello. All right, Polis has been used around the world, and in Austria, where only 84 members were able to be sat in a citizen assembly, like what Leonora just talked about, but they use this kind of software, very lightweight, you know, look at what someone else wrote your own, agree, disagree, or pass, to consult 6,000 more Austrians. Uruguay used it. There was a moment where a corrupt political party, go figure, decided to put their entire party agenda, 150 points, into a single yes-no national referendum. It had been in the legislature, but they exploited the rules so that the legislature gridlocked and triggered a provision which is after 30 days, discussion had to stop, and it had to go to national referendum. And so folks from the university, which ranged from computer scientists to communications experts and designers, stood up one of these Polis systems. Oh, I guess my GIF is not animated. All right, that's fine. And 16,000 people participated to realize that it was just one single provision about public safety that swung the vote. But otherwise, people would have, the relatively poor people taken nationally would have voted differently on issues around education and social welfare, but they were afraid. And that political party knew that, bundled it all together. In Slovakia, you know, under information assault from Russia, a few years ago, their society reached a tipping point. 50% of people wanted to leave the European Union. And the young people, in this case a lot of young lawyers, so there's a lot of different professions who find interest in this. They partnered with a national newspaper to hold a different kind of comment section. And they just went issue by issue, you know, by labor, by cultural heritage, to say, can we talk about these things without going into flame wars? And they reached for Polis and started actually building modifications onto Polis so that they could find what people held in common faster than they could find what pissed everybody off. This has also happened in the States in Kentucky. This is in 2018, and recently there was a lot of press from Google Jigsaw. Google Jigsaw was so impressed by what happened in Bowling Green, Kentucky in 2018, where because of the newspaper running a Polis ahead of a town hall meeting, by the time the politicians got on stage to start whipping the crowd into a frenzy of national culture wars, the crowd itself booed them and said, we don't want to talk about that. We know we all want to talk about fixing the dangerous traffic pattern on Main Street in Allen, and also we want to stop doing business with Comcast and we want municipal broadband. That's what we're here to talk about. And the group knew that. There's a kind of a group self-portrait aspect to this. Okay, the UK is doing it. Fish are very important. I have to go fast here. The UNDP, Pakistan, Bhutan, Timor-Leste ran a 30,000 youth conversation across national boundaries. And at this point, even the parliamentarians were so into it that they got into this sort of promotional free ride situation along with the facilitators who were helping the people who jumped in these tuk-tuks to get a free ride learn how to participate in the conversation. And once in a while, those people would actually meet their parliamentarians. Wow, this was funny. So those used to be flags. These, I think that says Taiwan, Great Britain, Finland, Netherlands, and Canada. Thank you. 2-letter codes. So those are all nations whose staff have officially contributed to the repo. And then Taiwan, Great Britain, Finland, and Netherlands have been running it on government servers to do their processes. And Finland and Netherlands just got together. Finland made a new front end, and Netherlands made a front end. Finland had a back end. It's not totally together yet, but there's a new repo called Voxit that they're going to do governance, like European governance over, because it may end up heading into Eurostack as part of the European Commission. Okay. Thank you for listening to that. That was all my old job, which is just one tool as head of partnerships around the world, working with peace builders, journalists, governments. Now at MetaGov, I walked in and there was over $250,000 to convene a bunch of different tool makers. So now I just met 30 tool makers and counting to work on interoperability. And we did a bunch of granting. We got together in Berkeley. We built a bunch of stuff, starting with flat file exports. And we, oh, that was a video. We started organizing, like, what are the functions all these tools are providing? And similar to the OODA loop, if you've run into that sort of Air Force, observe, orient, decide, and act, there's a sense of a self-steering system going through a loop. Cybernetics will be very familiar here. I'm abbreviating this to a do, learn, and decide loop and saying that these kind of collective intelligence softwares are mostly working between the learn and decide phases. And so figuring out what they all were variously possible to do, and then we started decomposing them into, into what supports the health of individuals as they are learning, starting to contribute, and encountering other people who then are learning from them and are encountering their ideas. And what parts of these tools support relational health, which Audrey Tang, Taiwan Cyber Ambassador, and I define as the information that is between us. And here you'll probably recognize some process, the combinatorics, powers a lot. Finding the Pareto front features in some very interesting things. Once in a while you just run into good old-fashioned Delphi. And then the bridging algorithms that I mentioned. Of course, now AI is showing up everywhere, and in another talk, I will tell you how I think about that. So we had to get all these different tools to talk to each other, which I refer to as ontological spaghetti. But then we got together in Denmark. And then we got advice from the W3C, and now we've licensed an ontology that you can find in MetaGov's repo. And these are just the very first switchboards that we're now able to make. So the government of Scotland showed up with £1 million Great British pounds and wants to have this kind of deliberative switchboard where people can take what processes they need and into making the collective intelligence workflow to make policy. And this is my next to the last slide. I want to say underneath all of this, we're doing governance, but what's actually happening is that we're learning. We're strengthening our ability to rule ourselves. We're getting better at this. So whatever the policy output is from one process, the thing is that we went through it as humans and we gained capabilities. And that's when I design these systems. Again, I'm co-directing $2 million of investment into systems like this in the States and $10 million internationally. The impact ultimately is on increasing our ability to collectively determine our own fates with assistance from AI, not replacement. Keep your eyes out for a new speculative fiction contest we have going called the Protopian Prize. This is not yet launched, but that'll be kind of a fun thing coming out from Metagov. We have Kevin Kelly on the judging panel, the founder of Wired. We have Gideon Litchfield, the former chief editor of Wired. We also have Annalise Newitz, Ruth Anna Emrys, and Carl Schroeder. Probably some of you all know some of them. Okay, thank you.
So let's do Q&A now. How much time do we have remaining? 20 minutes. Okay, so let's do Q&A for both me and Liz. Okay, and let me bring the mic over because I know it's hard to hear people's questions.
Bill Buckley once said that he'd rather be governed by the first 2,000 names in the Boston phone book than the city council. But, and that might fit in what you're talking about. But what bothers me is randomization is not random when you have to be self-selected to be on the group from which the random people are selected. So therefore, it's not totally random. There's a group of people who won't get in because they won't volunteer. And unless you make it mandatory, you can't make it random.
Yeah, no disagreement for me. I would love to see a situation where it's mandatory, more like jury service. You know, on our board, you know, we talked about doing our lottery selection just from our membership, but we actually opened it up to anybody, any email that we have. So it's like actually any email that we have. I wish we could do a lottery selection of just like anybody. I don't think we're quite able to do that. I think that's like something we would all love to do at Sortition USA, just like have a true random selection. But yeah, I totally agree, and it shouldn't be self-selecting. Another thing about that is we have a really interesting lottery-based process here in Los Angeles called the Civil Grand Jury, and they do an amazing job. Actually, I mean, I would much rather they govern than what we have, and their recommendations just like go to the LA County supervisors, who then just promptly ignore all of it. So, I mean, I would prefer that body be in charge, but then that's similar to what you're saying, because they have to go through a process of selection to even be in the lottery pool. So it's not a true random selection. I think what's happening with our local civic assembly with a true cross section, I mean, like a real cross section of Angelinos of like all different income levels and backgrounds. I think, you know, that's much better. Okay, next. Let me, George, since we have an opportunity to talk so much, let me go to someone else. This, yes, you had a question?
Yes, it was just previously about the Charter Reform Commission. Maybe you could talk a little bit about what you guys implemented for that, because I actually went to a city council meeting recently, and that, as far as I know, I don't know. I'm pretty stupid, admittedly, so I don't know a lot about how our government works locally. But as far as I know, the Charter Reform Commission was selected by council members, and I'd be interested in hearing how your process maybe informed their decisions, or I'm just a little confused, sorry.
Yeah, you know, I'm confused too sometimes. Well, we got support from the Charter Reform, the appointed Charter Reform Commission. We had their support to do the Civic Assembly, and they endorsed it. But, you know, I would love a bigger commitment from them to follow the recommendations. But I think they struggle with the same problem, because it's like they don't have a commitment from the city council to even follow their recommendations. And I think they're very concerned about that. And that's something like, I think that's why they see value in the Civic Assembly, because they want more attention and accountability in the process. But I think it's a really good point, and I think everybody's a little confused about that. And, you know, I wish we had a better charter so that we would have better systems in the first place. And I wish there was the political will and I think, if, the more we spread the word about this, the closer we can to get there. But it's like, I think there needs to be more political will to turn these from just like recommendations like the civil grand jury that go nowhere to real accountability and real impact. And I also want to encourage people to ask questions for Liz. We're also doing questions for her. Did you have any comments on those questions already? By the way, I should have checked with you.
I think it's great that you asked that. I mean, we're here in LA. There is this major process going on revising the charter of the city right now. So, I mean, it's a constitutional process. So whether you want to get involved, through Leonora and Rewrite LA, or just start independently attending some meetings, something's going to end up on the ballot in November. So there's a lot of room, for a person who has some skills to lend, there's room for you to help now in some way, to make sure that ballot referendum is as good as it can be.
Yeah, great comment. Okay, let me go to this question next.
One quick idea on the actual randomness is maybe getting together with the UBI people, democracy dividend, where the requirement to receive the dividend is you're eligible for sortition. That's a quick fix. On Polis, there are aspects of it that look similar to Lumio. Are you familiar? Have you talked to them?
Yeah, they're the same age, like so much, like Lumio, Ethello, Polis, all kind of like sprung out of the social movement, social media movement age, where there was just so much turnout and everyone got in the street. We're like, we're all mad. Okay, but what do we want? We don't know, and we don't have enough mechanisms to figure it out. So there were a lot of like collective intelligence tools that kind of sprung up at that time. And so yeah, the case that the water that those early tools carried is what's coming to help in this moment as everyone's realizing that social media is tearing us apart and that the wrong algorithms are running between us. Yes, Lumio.
Okay, great. And also a great idea. Thank you for the UBI idea.
So I was thinking in particular, a lot of the cases you were describing where there was significant amounts of money that was getting allocated based on what some of these groups were deciding, right? Is that fair to say? It grew to be that, yeah, fairness. So the metaphor that is most immediately available to me to understand what you guys are talking about is the jury selection process. And one of the things about juries is that they have very strict rules about jury tampering to protect the integrity of the jury. How did they protect these effectively juries that were making these decisions when there's that much money at stake? There's always going to be someone trying to manipulate the group that's actually making the decision, I would imagine. The hybrid ones that you're talking about, yes.
So, yeah, the technology I'm talking about right now is really wrestling with trying to figure out how to move from being a product, essentially, to being infrastructure, and having identity and data storage solutions that are commensurate with the risk that vulnerable people take to exercise political speech when they exercise political speech that could get them targeted, attacked, and in some places killed. So these are why the investments, just the very earliest investments, are coming online for that, and it's bringing us into contact with a lot of digital human rights people and decentralized identity folks, and like AT Proto and First Person Network and MOSIP identity solution, that the open source version after India's success. So there's a lot of exploration going on right now to make sure that these because the systems that want to assert that their results are legitimate need proof of humanity. They want to know that it wasn't bots participating at scale. Like, wow, so many bots. No, humans, with so many humans. On the flip side, the participants need protection and probably need data ownership. No more consent, no more after the data is out in the system. We probably need to move to doing this stuff on the other side of wallets, and Taiwan's already doing that. So the need for proof of humanity and data ownership are wrestling with each other, and it's thrashing the entities that are willing to commit $500 million to the result. So that's why there's some philanthropic investment coming in right now, to try to get to something that's like more like engineered like a system appropriately, and is more like getting towards infrastructure than the sort of the products and the proofs of concept that we have now.
Also, I just wanted to talk a little bit about juries and the rules around juries, because I'm actually a lawyer, and yes. So I remember in law school we used to talk about the problems with juries a lot, and I definitely wouldn't say that I agree with all of the ancient traditions that we do around juries. If we were designing a new process today, I think it would be a bit different, which is why civic assemblies are a bit different. Because we often would talk about the problem where because it's so strict about what outside information and knowledge can be brought into the courtroom, you get an unintentional consequence, which is very like a selection of like very ignorant people onto the jury, which is not the intention. But what I'm seeing with civic assemblies is that the facilitators and the practitioner organizations are taking a different approach, where they're encouraging the delegates to seek out outside information. They, at the LA Charter Reform Assembly, all the delegates have access to a laptop, and they're like looking up. They're like, oh, what happened with that corruption scandal? Okay, they're looking it up. Like that would never be allowed in a courtroom at all. And I think the idea is that they are in charge of like seeking out that information and deciding what information gaps they have, and like getting that information, like getting those experts, which is different from a jury. However, I think it's an interesting idea. Like, does that create vulnerability to outside manipulation? I think that's an interesting question, and it could. I think what's exciting about this is that we're charting a better path for democracy right now, and I think there's a lot of ideas about facilitation and the process. So I hope people be a part of this and help us think through, like that balance about, do we want to have no outside information, or it's like, do we want to encourage that, and like how do we, structure that so that it's resilient against outside manipulation? I think these are like really important questions in the space, and I hope you all join and be a part of that. Another question. I'm gonna go to the people's side, right?
Just a quick question about like the marketing or visibility of something like this, or like the broad systems you were describing. Like, you can get a lot of data and maybe have a perfect infrastructure system, but how do you inform like the average person what's there? Or do you have a vision for that?
Considering the state of things right now, there's a lot of experiments going on, and generally, the attitude of the scene I run in is that we need more governance experiments in general. So some of the big ones going on right now, there's the Bloom project that is seeking to organize like local civic organizations who themselves across themselves have diverse memberships, and they're saying, all right, let's support the existing durable local organizations with local leadership who are known quantities, have them use their convening power, so that all their members who are on different sides of issues can talk to each other. So that's one model. There's another model called the Forum, or A1, So I should say I'm directly advising Bloom, like directing. I'm advising the Forum A1. Their model is to go at a state level. They're working in South Carolina, Nevada, and New Hampshire, which has a long tradition. New Hampshire is very participatory. But their idea here is to use their ability to reach electoral candidates from all parties, to have them co-convene the voters to talk amongst themselves, do some agenda setting, like form an agenda ahead of the election so that no matter who ends up winning the election, they're already pre-bought into the people's agenda. So the people get what they want, no matter who actually gets seated. And so that's a kind of a big experiment going on. And then there's a lot of different experiments with media partnerships in general, like a couple I talked about, like in Kentucky, what really made the difference was the newspaper decided who naturally convenes the audience. You know, democracy doesn't work without journalists. So I think there's a lot, you know, we're talking about, all right, civic infrastructure, where does it really land? You know, you heard me say, hey, some governments are building this up. You know, I can feel ambivalently about that. Sometimes it's building journalistic capacity, okay? Sometimes it's building kind of civil society capacity. So there's a lot of experiments going on right now.
George, you okay with me getting some new voices first before going to you? Because I know you've had your hand up a long time, so okay.
I was just going to say it's interesting that you mentioned New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, early primary states, but what you describe with getting the voters out to talk amongst themselves sounds a whole lot like the Iowa caucuses, which, I mean, same time frame, I guess.
I bet, yeah, so Kristen Hansen of the Civic Health Project, I'm sure that was not lost on her. I think that did go into the design criteria. But their goal is to reduce polarization. So I can neither confirm nor deny, but some of the impacts they're looking for is that it reduces polarization among the electorate, as well as gets more bills passed in our legislative bodies that have ground to a halt. They're not functioning. They can't get business done. And while we are still a republic, we need to try to get these institutions working. Meanwhile, there are lots of other experiments, you know, like very like rogue people's political parties that also imagine constituting themselves, very like Chris Kelty recursive public style, where they're making their own means of assembly and grassroots funding for a party for which they are setting the agenda and running candidates on completely autonomously. Yes, it can get a little wild. And then the bots.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. I'm Arnd. I represent an organization called Equal Vote, and we're really focused on voting method reforms. But most people in our community are also very enthusiastic about sortition and how to use that more. I'm curious your thoughts long term, what the ideal blend would be between voting method or voting reforms and civic assemblies. Are there certain elections that you think are particularly ideal for civic assemblies and others that are better for voting reform, or is it more of what Liz was saying, where you like just experiment with all reforms and all elections to kind of figure out the ideal approach from there? Yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are there.
Thank you. So it's kind of a tough question because, you know, I think there's different opinions on this in our movement. And so, you know, I don't think I don't necessarily represent that with like my opinion. So I just want to say that, but I'm not, you know, I'm happy to see voter reforms, but it's like, to me, elections and voting are just so problematic. I am very concerned about voting systems. I think, you know, there's like, this topic of conversation comes up a lot where I think like a lot of practitioners in the field, they talk about like, okay, we have these mini publics in the form of civic assemblies, but there has to be some involvement from the macro public, you know, whether that's like the recommendations and go to a referendum vote, something like that. Or, you know, I think like Liz is doing a really great job kind of using poll lists, you know, to make more people a part of the conversation, like use that data in the civic assemblies. That being said, I just like anytime there's voting, you know, I've just, you know, I have some experience doing like political organizing. Like I just know that it's, you know, it's so ripe for manipulation. You know, so anytime that is involved, like anytime, you know, money and organizing can influence the outcome, I become very concerned. I'd rather see a setting where facts and expertise are presented in front of an impartial representative group, like every single time. So, okay, sorry.
I'm not giving up my vote. I put it like this. So the bullets to ballots transformation is really, really critical. When I talk to peace builders internationally, the vote is not about getting equality policy outcomes. The vote is a conflict management approach, right? It reduces violence when we have the vote. So I don't want to give up the vote. Also, in terms of a decentralized system, the voting in the United States is like a great example of a decentralized system, far more decentralized than anything we're doing with software. So what I would say is realize when governance is doing conflict management, when governance is doing information processing, and when governance is actually developing human capacities for self-rule so that we can live in democracy, so that we are the people who can have democratic governance.
Okay, great. Okay, George, did you have a question? Okay, do you want to do a question? Okay, he's been waiting this whole time, so.
If you had, let's say if somebody asked you for advice, let's say there's a professional organization where parts of it help set standards for industry, what would you propose, like, give me like a skeletal structure that you'd propose for something like that?
You're saying like a standard model for civic assemblies?
Let's say there's a dentist society and they're proposing standards for tooth drills. You know, they're setting standards for a whole lot of stuff. There's a lot of influence coming in from manufacturers. The people who are in the society don't know who to vote for. To direct the society, it's influenced by manufacturers. How would you change the way that professional society would operate using your methods for both of you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think, you know, where we're going with this is definitely I would want to see professional societies implement the reforms that we're talking about, like the lottery selection, sortition, open governance, you know, to address a lot of the problems we talked about, you know, donor influence, you know, sort of like lobbying that's happening, you know, backroom dealing that's going on, like, you know, personal connections like power, you know, people using their power and influence to kind of control and stay on in those positions. So definitely, I think lottery selection is the way to break through that. Is that kind of like what you're asking, George, or am I misunderstanding? Do you want to say, what you think? Okay.
Selection from members, let's say if it was a software community, let's say for a major open source project, people who have committed a certain number of lines of code would be selected at random to be on a board of directors, rotated, and they would, for example, be able to pick the lead designer or something like that. And if it is a standards committee, they would pick people from the specialties that apply to those standards, so the standards committees represent the developers rather than the manufacturers who are funding the society.
Great. Okay. Thanks. Are we at time, or did you have a response? Okay, I think we're at time, so. Okay, thanks everybody.
Testing. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming today. My name is Amy Iris Parker. I'm from UC Irvine, and today I'm here to tell you all about the history, the current state of the art, and the future of censorship evasion. Before we get started, 2 quick little disclaimers. A lot of this talk is going to be primarily US focused and using US references. Most of the information in this talk is globally applicable. There are plenty of examples of everything mentioned in this talk occurring in other countries as well. However, to make it more known to the current audience here, most references are to US things. Second, if you have any questions, I would love to hear them. Just please save them until the end of the talk so we can get through this quickly. All right. Before we begin, a little bit about me. As I said, my name is Amy Iris Parker. I am a first-year PhD student at the University of California, Irvine. My main research interests are in distributed embedded systems, computer architecture, networking, and the social impacts of computing. I'm currently in the DUT research group working on kernel memory proactive compaction. I was formerly at CSU Fullerton, where I studied evasive VPNs and QEMU's intermediate representation pipeline, which if you would like to know more about that, come to my talk tomorrow. Also the Secretary of Orange County DSA. I do a variety of different tech things for that chapter down in Orange County. And I have been a decade-long Linux user. I currently use NixOS for my laptop and my home stuff. I use Proxmox in my home lab, do a lot of task automation, and use Linux everywhere in my day-to-day life. In addition, portions of this presentation have also been at Usenix Security 2025 in Seattle and LatinCom 2025 in Antigua, Guatemala. The latter had a paper published from it. I would encourage you, if you want to know a lot more about the current state of the art with regards to evasive VPN protocols in particular, to go read that paper. References will be included at the end of the presentation. So, an overview of what we'll be going over today. We're going to talk a little bit about early censorship in the pre-internet area, how different media were censored by governments. We'll go on to the basics of commonplace censorship, IP blocking, DNS blocking, protocol blocking, as well as the effects of laws such as the Communications Decency Act. We'll then move on to how censorship grew from the institutional level, such as universities or libraries, to the nation-state level with entire governments censoring the internet for entire countries. Then we'll look at the rise and fall of VPNs and onion routing, how those were used as a primary censorship evasion tool, and how they have fallen out of favor. And we'll look at the current state of the art, which is evasive protocols, and also recent research on how censors are learning to identify evasive protocols and block them. And lastly, we're going to go over the future. New encryption methods, new protocols, alternative media for distribution, and as I'm sure you all have heard about, the rise in age verification laws. So, a little bit on early censorship. Before the internet, there were lots of different ways that humans communicated. Ideally, a lot of communication was done in person. And in countries that had free speech protections, in-person communication was by and large protected. However, as people found new ways to communicate, such as telegraphs, telephony, books, radio, television, all of those, governments started looking for ways to censor that information. If you were not in person, they wanted to find ways to limit the mass spread of information. And so a lot of the methods that were developed early on for censoring these are still fundamentally present in what guides censorship today. Some of the first censorship that happened here in the US was mail censorship with the Comstock Act. Mail was commonplace for distributing lots of information. Societies, groups would all send people information through the mail. It was cheap, it was for the time relatively fast, and it was government run. That is, one, the perfect opportunity for distributing information, and two, the perfect opportunity for the government to censor information. The Comstock Act was passed in the US to prohibit obscenities. The initial target was supposed to be pornography sent over the mail. However, it would also be used to crack down on dissent, information about abortion, and a whole variety of other things. The Comstock Act is still actually on the books today. And it continues to cause problems if you ever want to try and send information via the mail. Other media that were censored in the past, books such as Ulysses, telegraphs were censored during the Civil War to prohibit the rapid distribution of news about what was going on in the war to protect troop movements. Telephony continues to be censored and has been censored for as long as it's been around. A recent example is Oman's sweeping regulation on telephony. SMS and MMS have been censored for as long as they've existed as well. Movies and television were previously self-censored by the industry, but have also been censored directly by governments, both national and local. And the radio is also fully censored and regulated here in the US by the FCC and by the national radio authorities of other countries. Libraries were also how a lot of the early ideas about censorship started. The very first book ban to happen in the US was in 1637 in Massachusetts. There was a book that went around that was criticizing the Puritans' government at the time. That was banned. It was the first known case of book banning in the US. During the 1950s, McCarthyism and the Red Scare led to a lot of libraries being forced to pull books about communism as well as other things like queer issues under threat of being reported to the House Un-American Activities Committee, which would investigate people's lives and make them a living hell. In 1982, another case was Island Trees versus Pico, which the Supreme Court precedent in that sets the foundation for what we now know as the modern book ban movement, with plenty of states having varieties of methods to ban books in school libraries. Now, how do people evade these? There's three general categories of how censorship evasion was done pre-internet. There are ciphers. Ciphers make it so that a censor cannot tell what information is being transmitted. These work well when you're trying to conceal information, much like encryption today. However, a censor can easily just say, we're not going to let any ciphered messages get through. A more robust way is through using code words, trying to slip in information that you normally wouldn't be able to send into otherwise completely permissible information. We'll see more about the idea of code words when we get to masquerade protocols. And lastly, there's alternative media. If you can't go through the channels that have been sanctioned and regulated by the government, you go through other ways. We'll learn more about this when we get to sneaker nets. So, basic blocking ideas for IP, DNS, and protocols. If any of you have interacted locally with internet censorship at the local level, you have probably seen it in institutions, libraries, schools, maybe your workplaces. These often block websites that they deem inappropriate, obscene, irrelevant to the activities of that institution. Two main ways that this is done right now are through DNS blocks, where you can block either full domains or you can block individual words or phrases in domains. So, for instance, you might want to, a censor might want to block an individual website, but they also might want to block, say, anything containing the words porn, sex, drugs, etc. That's a common block that we see in schools, for instance. Another method, and if DNS queries are routed through that censor's DNS server, they can easily just refuse to return information, or they can return fake information, like what we see here. This is Turkey's national censor returning fake IP information for Discord. However, you can get around this by using other DNS servers, having manual tables of routes, or several other methods. Another way is through IP-based censorship. This works similarly to DNS censorship. You can have a deny list of IP addresses, and in the case where you have multiple domain names pointing to the same IP address, whenever you block something based on a domain name, you can add that to your IP block list as well. The tools for getting around IP censorship are pretty much just having multiple different IPs through which you can access a service, as well as more advanced techniques that we'll get to later. There have also been attacks directly on the nature of the web itself for censoring web content specifically. HTTP readers and web crawlers are very common. Before the widespread adoption of HTTPS, web traffic was sent in plain text. So censors could very easily look through what was returned in HTTP responses and see, oh, hey, this contains blocked words, content we don't like, we're going to terminate this connection. Web crawlers actively search the web for that information and preemptively block websites and other content that is not permitted per the censors. There's also extending the idea of the DNS censorship. Now that HTTPS is more common, while you can't censor the text directly, and you can often try and work your way through DNS, a big problem has been the adoption of SNI. TLS has a field when you make connections to a server called the SNI field. Initially, it was largely unused because it wasn't really necessary. However, we live in a world where we have lots of proxies, like Cloudflare, we have lots of load balancers, and those rely on the SNI field to tell what service something is trying to reach. By default, all of your browsers likely send SNI whenever you make a web request. While TLS payloads are transmitted encrypted, the SNI field is transmitted in plain text. So censors can very easily block based on the SNI field, and for many modern web services, if you change the SNI field to try and evade censorship, you will simply be unable to access the service as the server you're making your initial request to has no idea where to route it. Another option that some censors use is trying to block protocols instead. One of the earliest ways to get around people using alternative DNS servers was just to simply block DNS connections on port 53 UDP to all other servers. But other more specific methods can be targeted. For instance, some protocols like SSH or other VPN protocols are commonly blocked. And in the most extreme example, you see protocol whitelisters that only allow certain protocols. Most common example of this we'll get to later is Iran's protocol allow list that only allows DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS during critical situations. Now for a quick timeline of protocol-based censorship. 1991 for many here in the US, AOL became their first ISP, the first commercially available residential ISP. And in the early days of AOL, most services were heavily restricted to AOL-managed content. That was heavily scrutinized. Any user-generated content was, heavily filtered and monitored. And for any external content, they had a lot of direct filters on accessing that and restrictions on how you could access it. In 1995, we saw the CompuServe and Prodigy cases. Prodigy did a similar thing to AOL of restricting access to external services and limiting what could run on its own network, while CompuServe did not do that. Prodigy ended up getting sued by Stratton Oakmont. If that name sounds familiar to you, you probably heard it from The Wolf of Wall Street, for having users expose information about Stratton Oakmont. CompuServe had a similar case. Prodigy lost, CompuServe won, because Prodigy was seen, because they were actively censoring content, they were seen as a publisher and not a platform. This distinction is what led to what we now know today as Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which has all of its own issues that could be its own entire talk here at SCaLE. And then recently in 2023, we've seen a revival of protocol-based targeting with WMS 2.0. This is used in China's Great Firewall. While most countries have had widespread adoption of HTTPS, even some of the long holdouts like hmpg.net, for anyone who's familiar, have moved over to HTTPS. China still only has about 50% adoption of HTTPS. And so the Great Firewall has taken recent measures to do more active, deep inspection of HTTP connections for content that Chinese censors do not feel should be allowed to reach citizens. So, from institutions to nation states, the first country to do national level internet censorship was, contrary to popular belief, not actually China. It was South Korea. as South Korea started to modernize their business access to the internet, they also realized, hey, we should probably, make it so we can get control of what's on, what our citizens are accessing on the internet. This was during a time of heavy tensions, as always, with North Korea, and they wanted to make sure that the internet was not going to be used for spreading information from North Korea. To this day, South Korean internet censorship laws are still on the books. They are not as strict as what we see in other countries like China, Iran, and Turkey, but they do still exist, and they were some of the first to deploy national-level internet censorship, primarily, again, through DNS and IP-based blocking, just at the BGP exit level instead of on local networks. China quickly followed suit. They created a whole variety of different electronic national security programs called the Golden Shield, but the one that is most famous is the Great Firewall. The Great Firewall was initially implemented in the mid-90s to create a method for censoring the internet. You all can see this picture of Jell-O stuck to the wall with a nail. That is because back in the 90s, US President Bill Clinton thought that there was no way that internet censorship could ever be done at such a scale, and so the US did not really push anything on it. And he had specifically said that trying to censor the internet is like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. As we can see in this picture, you can nail Jell-O to a wall, and as we have learned from China, you can pretty effectively censor the internet. Now, of course, some Jell-O is eventually going to slip off this, and some information does slip out from inside the GFW, but most of it's still there, and most internet traffic in China is still censored to this day. Now, the actual structure of the GFW itself at its initial founding is not what made it novel. It was the idea of having, through local boxes at ISPs, censorship that can span across a nation of 1.5 billion people. That was an idea that had never even been pondered at that point. Another technique is what's used in North Korea. North Korea's Kwangmyong is their intranet. Instead of having connection to the broader internet, which only a certain few people have through one specific BGP uplink, almost all internet traffic in North Korea is actually on the North Korean intranet. Now, it still uses the same internet protocols that we all use. If you were to bring your laptop to North Korea, plug it into an Ethernet jack, you would still be able to access the North Korean intranet. You would not have a link out. And today, if you are a very strict censor and you need absolute control over what information is accessible from your network, running an intranet is currently the only way to guarantee that. North Koreans, of course, have found other ways to get around the lack of internet access, mostly by smuggling information physically into the country, which we'll get to. But that is one of the main tactics used at the nation-state level, is just never connect to the internet in the first place. Now, as we talk about nation-state censors, we need to understand the idea of collateral damage. Anytime you try to censor information or censor a protocol, you're inevitably going to censor some things that you actually want to keep open and available. This is generally unavoidable. It is a part of doing censorship. You are always going to end up cutting some stuff out. The question at the nation-state level is how much can they do? What modes of censorship can they use that keep collateral damage to a level where it is tolerable and it can be dealt with? Even packet loss rates of 0.6%, as seen in one iteration of the GFW from 2021, are so destabilizing to national internet that they were considered unacceptable by China, which is why they rolled back some of their more aggressive models in the GFW. So, on to VPNs and onion routing. This is what most people are familiar with here in the US when they talk about basic level censorship evasion. I don't want to put anyone on the spot here, but raise your hand if you ever got the chance to use a VPN in school. I know a lot of you are on the younger or on the older side, but Some of you have. So you've had experience with this, and this is one of the more basic ways nowadays of doing censorship evasion. VPNs create a tunnel from one physical network to either a virtual network, or that virtual network can be linked to a physical network. When you send packets over a VPN, it's as if you are sending them out on that virtual network, which is often someone else's physical network. If that physical network is outside of your sensor, then you have now tunneled through your sensor. VPNs were not initially designed for censorship evasion. They were designed to connect different networks and create virtual networks. However, because of their ability to effectively tunnel through sensors, they became an incredibly viable option. And in the early stages, nation states had to consider, okay, we have a lot of people who use VPNs for other purposes, research, connecting to offices, connecting to labs. Do we really want to block all VPN protocols? No, because that had too high collateral damage at the time. Onion routing takes the principles of VPNs and increases it up a notch by routing traffic through multiple different nodes. In theory, in an onion routed system, no one can know where no one can pair end traffic sent out on a physical network with the user who originally sent it. There is a class of attacks against onion routing called SCaLE attacks if you control a critical mass of nodes that you can use. However, onion routing was commonly used as another way to evade censorship by creating even more distance within the tunnel between the output and who it came from. Now, I said at the beginning that we had the rise and fall of VPNs. So what happened? In 2011, China started looking over the rates of VPN usage in their country, and they realized there's not really anyone using this for employment purposes. It's mostly just people using it to evade censorship. And so they directed all of their ISPs to block all of the well-known VPN protocols at the time. This would continue to be an ongoing battle, but China was the first to do this at the national scale. Of course, this did not block all methods of censorship evasion, but it eliminated the viability of most common VPNs for doing censorship evasion. Going through 2012, 2013, starting to get to 2015 and 2017, we see a lot more widespread adoption by other nation states of VPN blocks. Examples include Iran, Syria, at some points Czechia. A lot of different countries started doing it, and eventually institutions started catching on, and they started blocking these protocols as well. To this day, if you go to a lot of community colleges here in California, you will not be able to use SSH or WireGuard or OpenVPN. I've gotten into many fights with administrators over this because they've decided that the benefits of those protocols are not worth their inability to censor traffic on their networks. And then finally, what was ultimately, starting to show the death knell of VPNs for censorship evasion use was in 2020. During the early stages of COVID, Iran deployed a full protocol allow list. As I mentioned before, they only allowed DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS through. Any other protocol, whether it was on a different port or whether it was on the same ports but running a clearly different protocol, was outright blocked. And that got rid of most common VPN protocols. There were some that had been built by that time called masquerade protocols, which did survive Iran's blocking, but that was an early warning sign that regular VPNs were no longer enough. And so that is why researchers and developers started moving to evasive protocols. Evasive protocols come today in two main forms. There's obfuscation through what's called full packet encryption. The main difference between, say, a full packet encryption-based VPN and a normal one is that the header information is also encrypted. Any proper encryption should look like random noise, and so when you have the entire packet, including the header information, being encrypted, and servers just having to guess what the type of packet it is and decrypt based on their known list of users, that can be really, really effective because you can't identify that it is a VPN protocol over anything else that you don't know of or that is indistinguishable. At least in theory. We're getting to that. The other type is masquerade protocols. Because a lot of services like HTTP, HTTPS, DNS are very commonly used, people have the idea of, well, what if we just run our VPN through one of those protocols? There are a couple different options that route VPN traffic over HTTPS. It has a lot more overhead, and there's a lot of things that you can do that accidentally leak that you're running a VPN, such as through the SNI being released, but it has been a viable method, and to date there is still no general purpose way of defeating masquerade VPNs. There are threats to these protocols in general. The big six are SNI leaking. Again, this is one of the big things that has haunted a lot of evasive protocols, is if they run over something that uses TLS, oftentimes they leak the SNI, and at that point it's trivially easy to block VPN servers. The second is protocol handshakes. The earliest full packet encryption VPNs had handshake systems that would establish that a user was going to be connecting. And the reason for this was simple. Because you can't decrypt the protocol information, you can't know in advance which user is going to be connecting. So you would have to try essentially every encryption key that you know of in order to decrypt a packet if you don't know which user to associate the key with. But these handshakes were often detectable, and that has been the downfall of many different full packet encryption-based protocols. Another one is TLS's three-way handshake. This is not at the VPN protocol itself, but the payload. If you are connecting to, say, HTTPS on HTTP 1 or 2, you are still using regular TLS. You're not at HTTP 3 with Quick yet. And one of the parts of a TLS connection is the initial three-way handshake for establishing connections. Well, if you have three really small packets at the start of each connection, and then you go to a bunch of larger ones, but it's still some indistinguishable packet, depending on the timings of those packets, you can actually determine that that was the start of a TLS connection in a VPN. There's a dissertation on this that was done that was able to pretty reliably, about 98% of the time, identify any arbitrary evasive VPN solely based on its encryption of the TLS handshake. The fourth is through pop counts and byte sequences. The 0.6% collateral damage number I mentioned was from when the Chinese Great Firewall decided to implement statistical measures based on pop counts. Pop counts are the ratio of zeros to ones in any given byte or sequence. Doesn't sound like you should be able to do much with that, but what Chinese censors found out was that because full packet encryption appears random, it has a pop count that is pretty close to 50%. Regular network traffic is a lot more regular, and as such is going to be further away from 50%. So they created statistical models that would, with pretty high certainty, be able to detect after a stream of however many packets whether they were too random. Patches for this have been implemented, and ultimately, because regular network traffic would occasionally be caught up in this, the collateral damage was just too high, and China backed off. However, they have shown a willingness, such as in 2024, to reactivate those systems in times where they would prefer greater censorship with some additional collateral damage. Number 5 is active probing. This has been used by a lot of different nation-state censors. Essentially, if after some statistical guesswork you think a server might be an evasive VPN server, try sending packets to that server. Try starting a connection with it. If it responds at all, trying to send an error message or asking for more information, you've now confirmed what protocol that's running, and you can block the IP of that server. This was incredibly effective in China for combating shadow socks, one of the more ubiquitous evasive VPN protocols. Protocols have solved this by patching things that if anything is not a valid request, you do not respond to it. However, for protocols that still have this, it is still a major issue. And 6 is timing attacks. Oftentimes, if a server's response is too quick or takes a certain amount of additional time, that can be identified as being characteristic to a given implementation of an evasive VPN protocol. And even though the data may seem random, the timing of when that data is sent can be used as a side channel for determining when an evasive VPN protocol is being used. Now, I said earlier that we would get to one of the big issues with full packet encryption VPNs. And here we are. As of last year, research found that pretty much all full packet encryption-based protocols are inherently compromised. The idea of trying to make your traffic look random seems great at first. And in fact, all current full packet encryption protocols are indistinguishable from random. However, regular network traffic does not look that random. The idea was, well, a network wouldn't want to block all protocols it hasn't seen before, but turns out there's a pretty standard tradition of how network protocols are developed that machine learning models can pick up on. So with nearly 100% certainty and with almost zero collateral damage, it is possible for some machine learning classifiers to basically perfectly detect when something is an evasive VPN protocol or just random noise versus when it is actual legitimate network traffic, even if it's an unknown protocol. This is very, very bad. And researchers are currently exploring new ways to try and do censorship evasion that moves beyond full packet encryption. The only reason that these classifiers have not taken hold yet in China is because machine learning takes a lot of computation power. And while we have plenty of AI data centers today, when you consider the model of the Great Firewall, where you have millions of local boxes at ISPs, all of which need to be able to do all of the computations necessary for all of the internet traffic in a country, it's currently not computationally feasible to run these models on widespread internet traffic yet. But we're not that far off from it being possible. Right now, if you have, the testing system we used for this was a Ryzen 7 3700X. If you use all available threads on one of those, you can process about 4 million packets a second under our initial test models. More optimizations can be done to that, and of course you can use ASICs and other techniques to get much higher performance. But we are probably looking at a timeline of about 3 to 5 years before these models could be fully implemented at the level of, say, China's GFW or other countries' national systems. And that's why it is very important that researchers work on getting new solutions out as fast as possible, which we'll get to later. So, the future. What are we looking at moving forward? Well, first thing is masquerade protocols. To date, there is still no known general method for identifying when a masquerade protocol is being used. If you can avoid leaking things like TLS three-way handshake information, a masquerade protocol can be theoretically perfectly undetectable if robustly developed. And so more and more development continues to be put in today to using masquerade protocols. There's also some very interesting new concepts in masquerade protocols. That diagram is from another paper at USNIX last year, where researchers explored developing new protocols on the fly. Developing new ways to masquerade yourself into other protocols on the fly before sensors can keep up. It's yet to be seen whether that actually works well in the real world. They do kind of rely on side channel availabilities that are not necessarily guaranteed, as we're going to get to later, but it does provide an interesting starting point for looking at further development of masquerade protocols. Next thing is community networks. For those of you who were here yesterday, I hope you got to see the Meshtastic workshop. It was brilliant. Historically, a lot of information before the internet and in places with very little internet was distributed using sneaker nets, essentially picking up large quantities of data and running it around to different people. This still works, and in fact, if you went out into the expo hall, you might have seen one of the Wikimedia projects, which is putting Wikipedia and a bunch of other information from the internet on drives to distribute around the world. That still works, but we can move further than that. Things like Meshtastic allow new networks outside of traditionally government-regulated ones to be formed, ones that are distributed and not as subject to government crackdowns. Now, of course, Meshtastic is not a perfect protocol. In addition to any of its own issues, as all protocols for this have, it is also subject to radio interference and attempts to jam signals. That's a very high level of collateral damage during regular times, but we have already seen, for instance, right now in Iran with the ongoing war, signal jamming is being used as a way to shut down communications. So it is something to consider. However, community-based networks are another way of getting around censorship. Another promising thing is server-side evasion. Almost all censorship evasion has been focused on what clients can do to evade censors. Because, you know, say you are Google, okay? Your primary audience is US, European customers. You don't particularly care necessarily if you can add China as a market immediately, especially if you're going to have a very limited few who manage to use things like VPNs to get access to your services. So Google and other major companies don't really have an immediate interest in trying to do things like server-side evasion. However, tools like Geneva from the University of Maryland have shown that it is actually possible to implement many censorship evasion strategies completely on the server side without clients having to do anything. This provides a lot of potential. If developers of web services, I'm speaking to all of you on this, actually take the effort to start implementing some of these best practices, implement things like Geneva into your applications, we can make it so that users don't have to worry about doing the censorship evasion anymore. Especially for non-technical users, this is a major benefit, and something I ask you all to consider as you're developing is how can you make your services more accessible, especially to those under censorship regimes. And another thing that's been coming up recently is age verification laws. Y'all have probably heard about this from multiple different states, the UK, Germany, Australia, several other countries. Age verification laws are becoming a major thing, and ultimately a large part of that is a way to restrict access to information and provide additional grounds for censorship, as well as mass personal data collection for destroying privacy. And I like to think, you know, here in California that we have things going good for us and that will be protected. Unfortunately, this is a California law that will come into effect January 1st of 2027 that requires age verification at the operating system level. Yeah, that was my reaction too. Raise your hands if you think that operating system level age verification is something any of us are ever going to implement. That's what I thought. Obviously, none of us in this room ever intend on complying with this law, but it does give us an indication of the types of threats that we need to expect and be ready to face. Because if they're trying to come all the way down to the operating system level, this is more than just initial political reaction. It is an attempt to create a structure where people don't even have the technology accessible to access to combat censorship. And so we need to keep these things in mind and fight against them and look for ways to circumvent these types of issues. By the way, if you want to know more about how to deal with this law, look at the Fedora forums. There's a great thread on there about it. Okay. One last principle through all of this that I want you all to keep in mind. We as developers, engineers, and especially if you work on censorship evasion technologies, need to be constantly in contact with those who are actually using your technologies. And what I mean by this, I mentioned we have about 3 to 5 years before full packet encryption protocols become essentially unusable. That means we have 3 to 5 years to develop and distribute solutions. And as new methods of censorship come up, it's paramount to keep pushing out solutions as fast as possible. These sensors cannot be allowed to get a leg up, because if we fail collectively as developers even once, if sensors manage to make the first move and completely block access to something before new technologies can be developed, doing censorship evasion from the user side will become fundamentally impossible for most. Take China as an example. If you are in China and you get updates to your VPNs or to your censorship evasion software regularly, and that works because you're already connected to the outside world. Say that stops, you're no longer connected to the outside world due to a new censorship system. How are you going to get the tools to circumvent that? You're not connected to the internet anymore. You can't, or at least not to the services who can provide that to you. Sure, maybe we can try and sneak it into different websites, but the number of people who are actually going to reach that is pretty limited. You can try and sneak it in person, putting yourself at physical danger, and even then, you have to hope that you can get the new content distributed widely before censors catch on and manage to block that new protocol. Remaining in constant contact and staying vigilant and ahead of censors is the #1 thing that needs to be kept in mind for censorship evasion. We have to constantly win and come up with new protocols to fight censors in the race between censors and censorship evasion. The censors really only ever have to win once. With that, if you look at the slides online, you can find all of the references mentioned in this talk. Other than that, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for listening to me. All right, thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I do need to get going very soon, so we'll only have a limited time for questions. If you want more information on how to contact me, there's my phone, Signal, email address, SoCalMesh, call sign, and Matrix. Yellow shirt. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yes. CDN sensor. CDN. Yes. The question was previous attempts to evade censorship use CDNs as a proxy. Why is that not being done anymore? There was a study, I believe, came out in 2021 that showed that China in particular was able to, China hasn't started it yet, they've used it now, that China was able to detect when irregular content was being spread with CDNs and block access to that, as well as just start limiting access to non-Chinese CDNs in general. So CDNs are no longer really a viable bypass method. People are still looking into it, but there's no current viable solution at this time. The question was, where are the slides online? The slides are on the SCaLE website. You can Google my name and SCaLE 23X or the title of the talk, or go through the schedule, and you can find the slides there. Yeah, the question was on full packet encryption, HTTPS is still encrypted, so how is full packet encryption any different? The difference is that HTTPS, which runs with TLS as its base, still has identifiable header information. If you open Wireshark, you can identify that a packet is TLS. If you can identify that, so can the sensors. And TLS indicates what the next protocol is, so that identifies that it is HTTPS, and it is very trivial for a sensor to then determine, okay, this is an HTTPS packet, whereas this is some random noise that maybe we should consider blocking. Yes? Mm-hmm. Yes, there's lots of different masquerade projects currently going on. One of the big ones that has the most protocol support is XVPN. I don't usually recommend it because it is not open source, and the company that runs it is kind of weird. But if you want a starting spot on looking at what currently is being done in the industry, they are good to look at because their main mode is HTTP and HTTPS, but they also do over DNS. They've also done over SMTP. I forget if I mentioned what the question was. The question was, what can Masquerade be? How much work is there on doing Masquerade over other protocols? The question was, are there examples of developers getting in trouble for doing server-side evasion? To my knowledge, no. If you are an active developer of server-side evasion technologies, I would not suggest that you fly to China at the current moment. But within the US and within Europe, as far as I know, there's not been a case of anyone gone after for doing server-side censorship evasion. In fact, the US government themselves is actually working on server-side evasion at the Naval Research Lab. That's a great question. The question was, how do we, given the law's intention is to deal with social media companies intentionally targeting youth that are otherwise protected by laws by COPPA, how do we balance the interests of privacy and avoiding censorship with needing to protect children? There's a couple points on this. One is that we already have laws in place that when it can be demonstrated that a social media company has been intentionally targeting children, they can be sued or even shut down. California has some of the strongest laws on this, and the California Attorney General has been successful in those lawsuits. Yes, but the issue then is strengthening minimum liability for that even more. As for age verification itself, personally, I am strongly against doing age verification in general because at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of parents to decide what their children have access to in consultation with their children. We already have existing systems for doing this effectively, even on Linux. If you have, I know at least it's on Fedora, I believe it's also on Ubuntu, there is a library called libmalcontent that is very well integrated into GNOME and many current browsers that allows for setting parental controls. Ultimately, my proposed solution would be go directly after the companies on liability issues without imposing age verification requirements that require us all to give up our privacy and open the door to more censorship. Oh, like dealing with latency and VPNs? Is that the question? Are there any projects related to evading timing analysis? Yes. After the three-way handshake dissertation was released, the author of that dissertation ended up working with a lot of the evasive VPN protocols to manually add in additional randomized timings to make it so that timing attacks would not be reasonably feasible. The UMD team from Geneva has also done similar things. WebDAV or the question was, are sensors blocking WebDAV, turn, or stun? I've not seen any personal evidence of these, but I wouldn't be surprised if projects already exist for that. Blocking WebDAV is in a similar vein as blocking other censorship that goes over HTTPS. Huh? Oh, that is on Longfast. Yeah, I mean, my node is pretty weak, and I have pretty awful line of sight. So if you can't talk to someone in the Irvine area, good luck trying to reach me. I would suggest one of the other methods. That was XVPN. X-VPN. There is, I don't believe I included a link in the references to XVPN because I don't want to promote them. But if you go to the last link in the references, a lot of the individual things that I didn't put in the references but that I mentioned today are included in this. It's about 42 pages of the current state of censorship evasion. Huh? The question was, would the California age verification law impact open source operating systems? We're going to have to see how it plays out in court. Currently, the State Legislative Research Office, as well as individual lawyers who have been consulted on it, say yes, it does apply to open source operating systems. So yes, Debian could be sued for not including it. There is discussion on the Fedora forums, because Fedora is a major open source operating system distributor, about how to handle this if they are forced to come into compliance. The two prevailing ideas right now are to create a debus service that you just enter your age into, because California's law does not require ID-based verification. You just have to enter. You just have to enter the information. And the other option is lib malcontent, which is already included in distributions like Debian and Fedora. Already provides the age ranges required by the California law. So you can just say, okay, well, whenever we go through the GUI to create an account in GNOME or your other favorite DE, just add a malcontent age option. That if the law does require compliance, that's probably the best way to do it. And right now, most lawyers have said that would be enough to cover you under California law. Well, thank you all so much for coming. I got to bounce over to Del Mar Station. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful day. And if you like cross-architecture emulation, or you want to know how to run binaries for other systems on your system, come to my talk tomorrow.